or at least one or two of them occurred just after Civilian Oversight Commission town hall meeting. And to me, that's, at least the allegation is that people were followed, harassed, and that's simply unconscionable when we are trying to, engage in bridge building and trust building. To have LASD, at least allegedly, harass, intimidate family members and witnesses is really, really just, I don't even have the words for it. And it's also really troubling, I think you note on page 7, that there's evidence that the Sheriff's Department simply just didn't gather with respect to some of these incidents. And so it's not just that they're not looking at the bigger picture, they're not looking at the picture at all, particularly when there's potentially video evidence available. It's as though they don't want to know what happened in order to get to the bottom of it. So I just wanted to note some of those highlights that came up for me as I was reviewing the report. My last question is, if there are family members, if there are witnesses, and there are allegations that LASD is intimidating them, is that not a crime in some instances? And if they were any other victim, a family member of a victim, would they be able to pursue, for example, some kind of restraining order against an individual or entity that was harassing them? If this occurred outside of the context of LASD and this type of conduct was happening, might there be a different legal approach?
Absolutely, of course. I mean, as you know, there are a variety of legal frameworks in our state and ways that people can get redress. One way that we get redress as to crimes is we tell the police, and the police deal with it. Unfortunately, in this situation, when the police are the problem, then that's not going to be an effective approach. And so people are left with, what can they do? And the answer is, that cuts off a lot of their avenues. As currently being under criminal investigation by the Sheriff's Department, I know. So what can I do about it? Nothing. And that's the same problem that families face, is that they can't appeal to the sheriff because he's the one causing it to happen. They can file a civil case. They can seek an injunction, as you say. It's a high legal hurdle to hold, because our society, and this is when people talk about systemic racism, this is, in my mind, the main thing it means. Not that there are a bunch of racist people secretly behind the scenes, controlling things and intentionally making things racist, but that our system is set up in a way that causes racism. So our system is set up to trust the police wholeheartedly. And in most instances, the police forces have civilian oversight that is effective and structured. So we have a reason for that trust. Now, whether or not it works is another story. But at LAPD, they have a very robust system. And of course, they still have similar problems, but at least they have a way to redress it. Whereas here, we don't. Your body is advisory. My office is under criminal investigation. And as I reported in response to your request, they simply don't comply with the laws that allow us to conduct oversight, and it doesn't have any teeth. So people are left with their own personal remedies. Okay, they can go to court and seek an injunction, but they have to prove a very high burden, because the police are trusted in our society by law with looking into who's a criminal and who's not. So if somebody says, I got stopped and it was harassment, then the court's going to go, well, here, this guy says that you were driving 2 miles over the speed limit. And if that was true, well, then that's why you got stopped, and end of story. You can't have an injunction. So it's very, very hard to do as an individual. Class actions. I mean, there's all sorts of legal efforts. But if you look at the history of oversight, I'm no historian, but I can give you 7 years of history because I've been here and walked it. There have been lots of suits against the Sheriff's Department, and people get redress. The Times, the ACLU, individual plaintiffs, groups of plaintiffs, the federal government have all sued and gotten redress in instances, but it doesn't fix the overall problem. So can somebody sue? Yeah. And after several years in court, as you know, you're going to hear from the sheriff today after having subpoenaed him rather a long time ago, and that was a quick result on the subpoena, thanks to county council's quick work on that. But usually it takes a long, long time. So is that going to be a satisfying solution for people? No.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to underscore something you said, which is that in any other context, intimidation and harassment of family members and witnesses would be a crime, and that individuals would be able to go to court and get a restraining order. And because these are members of the Sheriff's Department that are engaging in identical conduct, those remedies are not available to the families. and they have no recourse.
Not practically available. They're legally available, but really not.
Before we move on to public comment, I'd like to first ask Mr. Huntsman what his suggestions are in terms of how to move forward. Now that there are more laws in place, you certainly indicated that the Sheriff's Department has no policy regarding issues of families being harassed in these situations. So what do you suggest about moving forward?
Well, in response to Commissioner Ochen's request, I gave you a list of unlawful conduct by the Sheriff's Department. Not everything, but at least examples from all sorts of different categories. Across the board, there's a failure to comply with a bunch of rules about oversight and control of police. And we need to get the Sheriff's Department to start following those rules. It's kind of like I was just asked by the county to look at a bill that's been introduced by the legislature that would tighten up some of the penalties for serious misconduct. And as I read it, my first reaction was, this bill is not going to be effective because it does nothing to improve the system of finding whether or not the conduct occurred. And that's the fundamental problem, the police policing themselves. So I think we as a group need to fully support and advocate for, as you have and as I have, the county taking a legal approach to forcing the sheriff to actually comply with the oversight rules. The report that I gave to you that Commissioner Ochen asked for, I also sent that to the district attorney, the attorney general, and the U.S. attorney. I hope that they will look at it closely and will be partners in trying to come up with a solution to compel the sheriff to comply with these laws. If the sheriff starts to actually comply completely with these laws, then I think we'll be in a position to actually investigate allegations, to make sure that thorough and complete evidence is put before the sheriff. We will not have the authority to impose discipline or to force discipline. But I think at the systemic level, we would have the ability to force the sheriff's department to reform some of these things. Or if not, then it's up to the voters at the end of the day to decide what they think about that. But the current fundamental stonewalling and breaking of the first law, the law that allows us to open the door and be able to see what's happening and know to gather information, that current illegality stops everything else. So we have to stop that. We have to either get the Sheriff's Department to agree to stop it, as you have done. Today, the sheriff comes to you after you issued a subpoena to him. You know, he says, well, it's voluntary and I just got invited and whatever. But you subpoenaed him and the court said it was lawful and he had to come and here he is. We have to do that not just in a spot case, but we have to get a across the board compliance with those laws. When we get that, then I think we can start to correct this problem and a bunch of other problems.
Well, before let me just finish if I could. Before we even get to that and your second report, which I would like to bring up more fully in a bit, would it be helpful to press the sheriff to work with us to establish a policy regarding treatment of families in this respect?
I think it would be helpful to propose that. I am not optimistic that until we solve the fundamental problem that we will really have a major impact on that. But I see absolutely no reason why this commission shouldn't call for such a policy formally. I think that's perfectly appropriate. And perhaps my cynicism is unwarranted and the Sheriff's Department was suddenly having just ignored it, my report, and you saw the response. They didn't say, we're working on a policy right now. But yeah, calling for them to work on such a policy, bring it before you, I think is absolutely critical. I've always said one of the first powers that should be given to this commission before anything else is the power to be consulted on policies in advance, that every policy should come through you and you should get to weigh in on it with the public, whether or not. LAPD sets the policies through their commission, but regardless, they should come through here. So absolutely that should happen. Do I think that will solve the problem? No.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry I cut you off, Commissioner Ochen. Did you want to add anything?
No, I was just going to follow up on your question on the conclusion of the report. The OIG makes recommendation about harassment of families or the treatment of memorial sites. And I assume that Mr. Huntsman's response would be, although the recommendation is present, that the bigger issue is compliance with the law more generally rather than the treatment of people and belongings at memorial sites. But I just wanted to just lift up the fact that there are recommendations at the conclusion of the report regarding treatment of memorial sites.
Yes, and I apologize if it appeared that I was suggesting that was somehow a global solution. I completely agree with your point that having a policy about memorial sites is just a little in the same way I was discussing with the chair, the concept of, asking for them to have such a policy is just a little thing in a much larger problem. But the fact that they won't even do that, a controllable problem in a specific location that you could really do something about, where there are many harassment complaints, I think is an indicator of the fundamental problem, and there should be one. But you're right, that does not address the more fundamental problem of having an effective discipline system. We've got another report coming out, probably early next year regarding the much more extensive problems with the discipline system and as a whole. And I think until that is addressed, but again, we can't really seriously address any of these things because oversight is not permitted to the table.
But once again, before we go to public comment, any other commissioners at this point have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Tolentino.
Yes, just actually one comment. The comment is that at one of our earlier meetings in which the issue of harassment of families came, we had a sheriff's representative articulate his own personal policy. And it seems to me that the sheriff's department doesn't have to reinvent it, but listen to his testimony and perhaps flesh it out. The second question I have is, what is the distinction between employee conduct appears reasonable and employee conduct should have been different? Because I'm looking at page 5 in the issue that Commissioner Ocean raised. After our town hall, there was an improper detention, discourtesy, and it turns out to be employee conduct appears reasonable. Yet all the discourtesy ones are reasonable, but then with respect to the town hall one, there's already an improper detention and harassment. Yet I can't seem to see the distinction of how those dispositions came about. Mr. Huntsman, do you have a sense?
I can't give you an answer on the specific case. I'd have to put the file in front of me and dig through it and refresh my recollection about how they come to particular conclusions. But the first problem in the analysis of these for the department when it gets around to analyze evidence collected is not really having enough information to make good decisions about what happened. And so that's why you'll see a lot of weird responses, is because from the point of view of the department, they have a sworn peace officer who tells them something they completely believe, and a member of the public who maybe is a criminal telling them something they don't believe. And so they're much, even when there's strong evidence of something, they're unlikely to make a finding against the officer. That's why body cameras are so important, right? But to protect officers who really didn't do anything wrong, and also to hold accountable officers who did do something wrong. But to answer your question about the distinction between those two terms, employees' conduct appears reasonable is the conclusion that they did the right thing. That if we were there that day, we would have done the same thing, at least, within, they don't want to too much second guess. So they're not saying I would have done exactly the same thing, but what he or she did was acceptable. Conduct could have been better is where they don't necessarily find a policy violation. And many of these policies are very generous, or at least vague enough that it's difficult to make conclusions. And the people in charge, again, are making that credibility decision in favor of the deputy because they believe it and also because of the way the system's set up. But what they're saying is there's something there I don't like. So that's the example I gave of the use of the term animals. A deputy had an exchange with the public. He said some things that I believe were inappropriate. I don't know that he violated a policy because there was a reason the way it went down, and there isn't necessarily a policy against harsh language in a situation, but there are policies about de-escalation, and there are times when the use of harsh and inappropriate language is definitely not a good de-escalation tool. There are other times in a fight where people are justified. But when you look at that, I think there's no way you could say that was just great. I think you have to say, at a minimum, it could have been better in that deputy did not have to rise up and clearly become angry and say something that was inappropriate. And that's the distinction of those two terms. When you see a conduct could have been better, it's the department often sort of feeling that there's something wrong here, but they don't really have enough to come down hard, or seeing something wrong, but they don't want to say the deputy was completely out of line. And so that's what that term means. It's kind of a compromise in some instances, not always. Sometimes it's precisely accurate. It means exactly what it says, which is they could have done a little better. But that's kind of the distinction between the two. And although everything I'm saying is very wishy-washy, that's because the way they do it is very wishy-washy. They sit in a room and they chit-chat. They don't have a very evidence-based system for this process. And so it is very much a sort of impression of the people at the table.
So there are no factors that they would look at to make a determination of position. I mean, the harassment, they have, such and such and such sequence of factors, and then for discourtesy, none of that is there. I mean, how did they make a determination?
Again, it's very de novo, as they say in the law. They just start from nothing and decide. They look at the policy and they say, well, this is what I think it means, and this is what I'm going to do. I have long advocated that this system should include, in much the way a court has jury instructions that then have a list of 6 factors for a jury to consider when they're trying to figure out if a particular crime was committed or what have you, and it gives very specific direction that they should have such a written roadmap essentially to how they make their decision, and that the decision makers in the room should have a presentation of the key evidence visually and in writing in front of them, and then make written findings. They don't do that in most of their internal decision-making process. So it becomes, again, very much a sort of, what do the people sitting here? And so, and that's when I get into the systemic racism problem, because when that so much depends on who's sitting in the room and what their perspective is. And as has been said before, blue is a particular color. And I know the sheriff gave one of our supervisors grief for using that generic term for law enforcement. In this case, it's khaki, and I know that. But nonetheless, that law enforcement mentality colors their perception. It's not all about race, although I think race is a factor in a lot of this, but it's also about law enforcement looking at law enforcement. And so, of course, they're going to look at things in a particular way. And I note that Commissioner Bonner has been raising his hand. But
yes, I did see that. Commissioner Bonner.
Yes, I'm a pro. I believe that the Oversight Commission should call for the sheriff and the sheriff's department to develop a policy regarding the treatment of family members, as say next of kin, who have lost a loved one as a result of use of force by a department employee, and that policy should encourage respect for the loss the family members have sustained and forbid harassment. I think that's a motion I would make. There's a second for it. I think that's an appropriate oversight function that we ask that policy be developed. Secondly, I would request the Sheriff's Department, to provide an opportunity for the Oversight Commission to review the policy before it's adopted. I'll make that a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion?
Probably should wait till public comment is completed.
Yes, agreed. So at this point, Jennifer, how many requests for public comment on this issue?
We have about 20 individuals signed up for public comment, about 20. And I just want to make a note that if anyone registered for this event after about 8:30, please be sure that you raise your hand or send a message to the chat to make sure that you are signed up for public comment on this item.
All right, let's go to public comment. We can take up Commissioner Bonner's motion and any other issues that any of the commission. Please go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay, and will we be moving forward with 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And first, an announcement in Spanish.
Buenos días. Si necesita traductor de español, por favor diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y un traductor traducirá sus comentarios una vez que termine de hablar.
Thank you. And our first comment will come from Khadisha Shabab. Khadisha, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Good morning. My name is Khadija Shabazz. I'm a member advocate organizer for SE Justice Group, Initiate Justice, and Dignity and Power Now. One of my roles with these groups is to help women and families who have been impacted by the imprisonment of themselves or a loved one to return to some type of normalcy through personal storytelling, sharing life stories of trauma being brought on by prison reform, or re-entry. Unfortunately, my own story became more traumatic on October 15, 2020, when my adopted stepson, Dana Malik Young Jr., was gunned down and murdered by a notorious gang. This gang is better known as the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. This gang is more notorious and unjust than our neighborhood street gangs that we are plagued with, because they have the bullying power to police themselves, sometimes accompanied by the coroner's office. They leave families hanging for months with unanswered questions under the guise of a security hold. Why? We believe it helps facilitate deception. Dana Malik Young was gunned down like many before him, and by those who were sworn to protect and serve, not kill and maim. If you want to see more accountability from our citizens, then we as citizens need to see more real accountability from the law enforcement and our elected officials. What do I want? What do we want? We want the release of the unaltered autopsy reports for our families and loved ones. We need Dana Young Malik and his family, all of us that have been waiting in agony to see some form of justice. This sheriff has to go, period. When the citizens are more afraid of the sheriff department than the street gang, it is a problem. We are called the City of Angels. We should rename ourselves the City of Shame, because it is. And thank you this morning for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Sarah Williams. Sarah, you're muted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you, Sarah. Please go ahead.
Hi, yes. My name is Sarah Williams, and I am the mother of an inmate at the Linwood facility right now. And my concern is for my daughter, is with this COVID going on, she's in there with all these inmates, and I myself feel that they're not doing what they should be doing to protect these inmates, as far as cleaning equipment. Like, you'll release someone, and then without letting them clean the cells and disinfect the cells, you'll bring someone else in. My daughter has only had one mask given to her, issued to her, and all they do is tell them, well, you got to keep washing it out, and this mask has been issued to her at the beginning of this COVID-19 thing. My daughter is in there on as far as I'm concerned, a trumped up charge. She was um, arrested for the death of her own baby, which I know, because I know my daughter, that she did not do anything to her baby. I have questions about the coroner, how they're conducting their investigation. Since she's been there, she's been a target. She was recently jumped. Someone called and told us that she had got into this altercation. The information that was given to us was misled. We did go down to the jail. I was able to talk to the watch commander, but even when I talked to the watch commander, the information he gave me was not all the way true. You know, he said he just seen a report where she got into it with a couple of
Thank,
inmates and a deputy. But when I
thank you
talked to
for
my
that
daughter,
comment,
she said
Sarah.
she was jumped, huh?
And that concludes your time. The next speaker is Kiara Moore. Kiara, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yes, I am the sister of Anaya Perry, who is currently locked up. And yeah, I just want to speak on her condition in there with the COVID. You know, she told me that an inmate passed away in there, and she doesn't have, they don't give her cleaning products, and she was also very sick and never got tested for COVID. So she was in there dealing with it along with other inmates who don't receive any medical attention. She was very sick, and she's just now starting to get over it. And yeah, it's just been a struggle for her in there along with other inmates.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Excuse me, Jennifer, if you would remind the speakers that this public comment is really in response to the Inspector General's report on allegations of harassment against families. There'll be other time to talk about other issues, including COVID-19 in the jail, but for now, the public comment should specifically direct to issues relating to the Inspector General's report. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Brian Wolf. Brian, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Oh, I don't have a comment, actually.
Okay, no problem. And next will be Pastor Q Jean-Marie. Pastor Q, please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Pastor Q, the Church Without Walls Skid Row, and also with Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. The scriptures indicate that Jesus said to his disciples, if you want to be a leader, then you have to be the servant of all. And so my question is the sheriff serving us, or are we serving him? Because according to what I've seen, and the Inspector General talks about systemic racism, in 1989, in 1990, I was stopped at least 12 times on San Vicente going to Virgin Records when I was a hip hop artist, right? At least 12 times by police. The CEO of the label had to call the Beverly Hills Sheriff Department to tell them to quit stopping us because we were riding in the car, men of color riding in the car. So obviously this system is flawed by design. We've heard this before. And so folks don't trust the sheriff department. And this is why we're saying that the sheriff needs to resign. He doesn't listen to any systems. There's no systems of accountability that is effective. Even this system seems to me minimally is doing anything to really rein the sheriff back. And we have to look to who's holding the sheriff accountable. Where's the checks and balances for the sheriffs here in Los Angeles as it relates to the way they're treating families? And we're always going back, well, the sheriff department has to investigate itself, have to investigate itself. We're tired of the sheriff department investigating themselves and finding that they have done nothing wrong. Because in essence, they have done nothing wrong because they're going according to their own laws. They're not going according to a high moral standard or high moral law. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Titiayo Rai. Please go ahead with your comment.
My name is Titilayo Rasaki. I am a policy associate at SE Justice Group, and I would like to, flank Khadijah Shabazz in the comment she made with respect to Dana Malik Young Jr. One of the commissioners, you know, characterized the killing of a loved one as someone losing their loved one because of use of force by a sheriff's deputy. That is a very callous way to describe the murder of a loved one. The barber for Dana Malik Young Jr. in funeral preparations was the one who alerted the family that there was a bullet hole in the back of his head. All of this because since October, this autopsy report has not been released. These are the daily instances of violence that this sheriff's department and this oversight committee, and it's evident that you see your hands is tied in the way that this sheriff operates. I commend Max Huntsman, the AIG, for responding within hours when we sent a letter on behalf of Dana Malik Young Jr.'s family. Again, we still yet have not seen this autopsy report, right? So again, we demand that you use all of your authority and your power that you can do to support the families of people who have Dana Malik Young Jr.'s daughter had a baby that same week who never got to meet her grandfather, right? These are holidays that they will not have Dana Malik Young Jr. with them. This is horrific. And we need you to recognize the gravity, the emotion of it, because this is real for so many people. This is trauma. And we need to recognize the part that the state is playing in that daily trauma for people. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Alex Cave. Please go ahead with your comment, Alex.
Thank you so much. I really want to say how much I appreciate all of these people coming forward and talking about their loved ones. I'm very passionate about this item 2C, and I thank the Inspector General for his report that was very thorough and very accurate. And I'm happy that we have this opportunity to stop the gaslighting from the LA Sheriff's Department. I got a distress call in October to come to Mona Park. A distress call that bodies were needed at the vigil of Fred Williams, days after the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department killed him as he was hopping a fence. Can you imagine your loved one was killed and you're trying to preserve their memory in your grief? And as your community came together, LASD is pulling over every single participant over to harass them, almost as if to say, yeah, not only did we kill him, but we're also not going to let you mourn him. Who are you, like Max Huntsman said, who are you supposed to go to when the police are the ones harassing you? They have all this power and they are running with it. Anthony McLean's vigil in Pasadena was getting destroyed nightly until the city finally took action. The families of other victims say that the sheriffs know who they are because they speak out seeking justice. They get pulled over and harassed. And Villanueva says that his officers are afraid of getting doxxed and can cover up their name badges. That's bullshit. It's another way they're exerting their power and it's unchecked. I have listened to these families. I have had to watch them cry as their family members have no justice and they can't even mourn them without the sheriff's department harassing them and targeting them. What are they supposed to do? I ask that you take immediate action. This is absolutely, I mean, I've watched unmasked sheriffs laughing at a vigil of people that they killed. This is absolutely disgusting. It is insanity. I cannot believe that this is happening. Villanueva, I think I've been to more of these meetings than you have, and that is proof that you don't give a shit about these people.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Silence Do Good. Please go ahead with your comment, Silence.
Yes. My comment is to Mr. Huntsman and to Miss Giggins. About in 2016-17, there was a report that came out and a complaint from the Strategy Center regarding racial profiling and stop and frisk on the LA Metro system. And it was investigated by the DOT. When we talk about systemic racism, this is a really important topic, but we need to get to the bottom of how it started. And given that Mr. Huntsman's been with the IG's office for 7 years, I was curious to know if Mr. Huntsman actually looked into the systemic racism by former Sheriff Jim McDonald, and knowing that Mr. McDonald was highly supported by Supervisor Kuehl. Has he been protected from investigation? And finally, now that Ms. Giggins and Ms. Kuehl are under federal investigations, and I know that because I sat in those investigations and in those interviews, is the Civilian Oversight Committee going to go back and take a look at the stop and frisk and the racial profiling that was going on with Jim McDonald to see if we can find out how all of this started and how we are going to solve the problem, and not just blame it on Sheriff Villanueva, but to look at the broad stroke problem of racial profiling. And my final question, of course, would be when indictments or if indictments are handed down, will Ms. Giggins be requested to recuse herself from any more oversight of the civilian sheriff's department? Thank you.
And the next comment will come from Courtney Valentine. Courtney, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. Good morning. My comment is just regarding, number one, thanking the Office of the Inspector General by upholding the safety and security of our community and our families. But I'm equally disheartened by the Sheriff's Department's continued commitment to the contrary. Families and victims are in pain, and in their pain, they're criminalized and endure persistent harassment at the hands of a department that is funded to uphold public safety, but rather opts to inflict harm and spread terror. LASD has habitually and culturally abused Black and Brown folks for decades and created a community of generations of traumatized Black and Brown families with no mental health services provided after a brutal murder at the hands of LASD. And as someone who is part of a community that is pushing for change, we've supported numerous families for years in telling their stories of the deputy gangs, the retaliation, the intimidation, the harassment, and the murders of their loved ones with absolutely no impunity. Deputy Sheriff's unnecessary arrest and ill treatment is an example of a broader trend of retaliation, harassment, and discourtesy against grieving family members. And other families of those killed by police have also reported ongoing harassment, including the families of Anthony Weber, Ryan Twyman, Anthony Vargas, and others. And family members have feared that deputy sheriffs will taunt them or arrest them or even physically hurt them, not because they've done something wrong, but simply because they've spoken publicly about their loved one's deaths and have sought transparency and accountability. I am in complete alignment with the Office of the Inspector General's recommendation to create and implement a policy regarding deputy conduct at vigils and memorial sites. Our community's lived experiences with LASD is similar to that expressed by the OIG's report. The LASD continues to place itself as obstacles to justice and accountability at every turn. The CSC should also condemn Villanueva's pattern of character assassination of people that LASD has killed, and should make a strong statement on how LASD criminalizes and victimizes families, and recommend police policies regarding LASD conduct with regard to families at memorial sites and vigils. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Carter Moon. Carter, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Fantastic. I fully support creating a policy for LASD conduct at vigils and memorials. The department's unwillingness to investigate and resolve complaints obstructs the process of justice and accountability, and in this case, it directly harms grieving families. These families deserve a fair process for publicly documenting grievances and holding the LASD accountable. This is just one more example of the department's consistent refusal to comply with any sort of public accountability and transparency, and we have to rein in the department everywhere that we can. To that end, I endorse the Inspector General's recommendation as one more tool to take power back from this awful gang posing as law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Patricia Russell. Patricia, please go ahead with your comment.
I didn't sign up for one.
Okay. And the next comment will come from Michelle King. Michelle, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. First, I want to uplift all of the voices of the impacted community members who've spoken already. We're grateful for the Office of Inspector General's commitment to upholding the safety and security of our families. We're equally disheartened by the Sheriff's Department's continued commitment to the contrary. Our families are in pain, and in their pain, they are criminalized and endure persistent harassment at the hands of a department that is funded to uphold public safety, but rather opts to inflict harm and spread terror. Gross. Who are we? LASD has habitually and culturally abused Black and Brown folks for decades, creating a community of generations of traumatized Black and Brown families with no mental health services provided after a brutal murder at the hands of LASD.
We supported numerous families telling their stories and experiences of deputy gangs, retaliation, intimidation, harassment, and the blatant murders of their loved ones with absolutely no impunity. Paul Rea, Anthony Vargas, Andreas Guardado, Dejan Kazee, Dana Mitchell-Young, and too many others. Family members shouldn't have to live in fear that deputy sheriffs will taunt them, arrest them, or even physically hurt them simply because they have spoken publicly about their loved one's deaths and seek transparency and accountability. LASD has been permeated with deputy gangs. Like subpoena power, it's time to push forward support for independent investigations to ensure the integrity and honest investigation is done not by the murderers themselves, but by an independent investigative team who is willing to actually wear a name badge in order to obtain justice for all. We're in alignment with the Office of Inspector General's recommendations to create and implement a policy regarding deputy conduct at vigils and memorial sites. Our community's lived experiences with LASD is similar to that expressed by OIG's report. The lack of leadership and competent management of LASD continues to be a hindrance to the process of independent investigation. How many times do our families have to endure harassment, criminalization, and ridicule? Moments such as those endured by the friends and loved ones of Paul Rea were seeking space to memorialize their loved ones, but rather were met with nothing but aggression by LASD. Yuck, we're monsters. How much more must be endured? How many other organizations have to join together to echo the growing cries of our community? When will justice be permitted to take root? What is the point of this vile behavior? This behavior only sows distress in the community and moves us backward. The COC should also condemn throwing away this pattern of character assassination of people LASD has killed. The COC should make a strong statement on how LASD criminalizes and victimizes families and recommend policies regarding LASD conducting families.
The next comment will come from Lisa Holtke. Please go ahead with your comment, Lisa.
I think that the action of the OIG is essential. We look forward to his next report in January. We look forward to empowering the commission to not only fully investigate the manner of categorization, the method of categorization, but make it a documented one that is reviewable and subject to meaningful review by the COC. It's my understanding that you have newly arriving powers for investigative authority by each department. Those need to be applied, as thoughtfully and as fully to address the systemic aspect that is continuously addressed by the OIG. Yes, these instances are horrendous. Yes, they have been repeated for decades. Yes, I am familiar with people who have been subjected to arrest for simply attempting a vigil, and I've been there myself. There's no dignity in grief except within the Black community that I have witnessed. And yet the most dignified mourners are consistently subjected to incarceration, improper detainment, threats of arrest, and threats for speaking. To that extent, anything that can be leveraged by the COC in the manner of a motion recommended by Bonin should be wholeheartedly adopted by this committee as we seek to press forward. And I encourage Mr. Huntsman to please continue as robustly as he can to make these types of reports. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Gwendolyn Snyder. Go ahead with your comment, Gwendolyn.
Sorry, I thought you guys were going to call me. Yeah.
Did you have
Sorry?
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I do have a comment, but I thought my phone. Sorry. So it seems to me like not only are we paying the sheriff's office to protect us, but then they turn around and murder our loved ones and our families. And then when we try to mourn those, those people, they terrorize us. It's just like a dystopian situation. There has to be some sort of process for documenting these instances of violence and persecution. So with agenda item 2B, we're supporting the Office of Inspector General's recommendation to create and implement a policy regarding deputy conduct at vigils and memorial sites. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Comment will come from Andres Quali. Please go ahead with your comment, Andres.
Am I on?
Yes.
Andres Quali, CLU. With the families, we brought this issue to you a year ago,
And we did this after multiple incidents of harassment against Ryan Twyman's family, for example, when they were followed and pulled over after a COC town hall in Willowbrook, as Commissioner Ochen mentioned, against Anthony Vargas' family, Paul Reyes' family. And alongside BLM LA, we submitted a letter right after Paul Reyes' family and friends were harassed and arrested for pretextual reasons on October 30th last year. Let me tell you more about this terrifying incident, which the report includes. What happened that day came from the top. On October 30th, on behalf of some families, they actually sued the Sheriff's Department for not turning over deputy misconduct records pursuant to SB 1421. That day, families, BLMLA, and clergy led a delegation to symbolically serve the lawsuit to the sheriff. And we had a rally outside the Hall of Injustice where Paul Reyes' sister, Jaylene, spoke about her brother for the first time. After the rally, we went with the families of Anthony Vargas and Paul Reyes to challenge Villanueva on one of the Dog and Pony Show town halls he was holding in Temple City. After the town hall, around 11, Paul's mother called me saying about 20 deputies rolled up to Paul's memorial site and manhandled and arrested Jaylene. What happened afterwards was horrifying. I arrived at the East LA station around midnight. We didn't know where she was for almost 2 hours. Her grandmother had to call every hospital nearby to finally know where she was. She'd been driven around, and the whole time Jaylene kept asking, "Where are you taking me?" And the deputies kept saying, "You'll see when we get there." When Jaylene finally got to the station, which was only 5 minutes away from where they got her, as she was arrested, I got to see her. She knew what was going on. They were trying to intimidate her, but she wouldn't be. Even after they kept her overnight, saying that they did not have anyone on staff who could take her fingerprints. Mind you, in the largest sheriff's department in the nation. So Jaylene's family members and I stayed at the station until we got her out the next morning. You see, commissioners, just as deputy gangs have been systematic, this harassment of families has been systematic and meant to intimidate. Passes resolution condemns Villanueva's and the department's pattern of character assassination
And the next comment will come from Mariela Alborges. Mariela, please go ahead with your comment.
Good morning and thank you, Commissioners. Mariela Alborges with Reform LA Jails. Commissioners, I ask you, when will this end? Our communities are exhausted and in pain. In their attempts to find spaces to grieve or structures to seek justice, they are being harassed and forced into silence. But I want the Sheriff's Department to hear from us today that we will not be silent. We will continue to uplift our voices to shed light on the continued harassment and violence that is being enforced onto our communities by the Sheriff's deputies, whose commitment continues to be spreading terror as opposed to quote unquote protecting and serving. The continued abuse and criminalization of our beloved community must end now. We have heard from countless families who are seeking information from the sheriff or OIG that they continue to be shuffled around and their cries are landing on deaf ears. It is time to shed a light on their experiences and not continue to bury them under bureaucracy. We agree with the OIG recommendation and thank Commissioner Bonner for the proposed motion to create a policy with regards to the presence of law enforcement at memorials and vigils. However, we believe that this is not enough. Much less are we holding our breath for the cooperation of the sheriff to develop this policy. Our communities continue to demand an independent system in which we can submit our grievances as to the continued harassment, violence, and criminalization being endured by our families at the hands of sheriff's deputies. We continue to ask for an independent public platform in which we may submit our grievances, and similarly impacted families would also be able to search and learn from the shared experiences of others. We need to bring these cases to light, and it is not being accomplished by the insular procedures of the OIG and LASD. Again, we need a public space to express our grievances safely and effectively. We also ask for the independent counsel that will lead investigations separate from those already being led by the OIG and LASD. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Cynthia Anderson Barker. Please go ahead with your comment, Cynthia. Okay, hearing nothing from Cynthia's line. Next will be Tamara Kay. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good day. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
First off, I want to honor and uplift Dana Malik Young Jr. I don't feel that the family should be timed on here. When you have family members speaking about their loved one that's been murdered, I think it's unconscionable that you time them on a time clock with 2 minutes and there's a countdown. It's unreasonable. The family should have an open forum to speak as much as they'd want. And I also want to uplift the families of Ryan Twyman, AJ Weber, Anthony Vargas, Paul Rea, Dijon Kizzy, Andres Goddardo, and Fred Williams. All these families have experienced the murder of their loved one and then the terror and harassment of the sheriff's department. I strongly support, I like what Priscilla Oshun said, it should be a crime. It should be made a crime to harass these families. I strongly support the policy and to have respect for the families and no harassment that Bonner had also initiated. It's unconscionable that the LA Sheriff's Department can operate with impunity and murder these folks and then continue to harass these families. Jaylene, Paul Rhea's sister, was kidnapped. Did you hear what Andreas just described? That they after they had the vigil, they swooped her up, they kidnapped her, right, and drove her around for 2 hours. Her grandmother didn't know where she was, calling all the hospitals. That's kidnapping. Okay, that's illegal. This harassment needs to end now. The sheriff is not above the law. He's not complying with anything the COC is doing, right? From the time that they had subpoena power till now. And in respect for Malcolm X, you can't take your case to Uncle Sam because he is the one responsible for the crime in the first place. This needs to end now.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Infante. I'm with Dignity and Power Now. I want to thank the OIG's office for the scathing report once again. Thank you to Max Huntsman and his office. The depth of the criminal activity is astounding. Family harassment for years, we bring them up to you and you see their faces and their anguish. Murders at the hands of LASD, security holds, holding autopsy reports, deputy gangs, and once again, let's call it what it is. Hours of opportunity to manipulate a crime scene before they call the coroner's office, holding video and holding crime scene photographs until after a settlement in order to continuously create that narrative that they need in order to not be accountable for a murder. Take away their power. You didn't think that you would get commission and you didn't think that you would get subpoena power. It's there, it's in your hands, but you have to fight for it before you leave. Make it a point. This is why it's so important for the commission to collect the complaints and create your own statistics. That's what I did the poster for, to have your name on top and people contact you directly so that you have that opportunity. And please, lastly, stop using words loosely like subgroups and cliques. They're killer deputy gangs. Call them what they are. It's not a loss of a loved one. It's someone's family member who was murdered. Please be mindful the language that you use and understand that you're piling onto the trauma every day by not going to the County Board of Supervisors and expressing the need for independent investigative powers to make this department accountable. It has to stop. We continue to bring these families to you and nothing is being done watching these families being harassed year after year.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Gina Viola. Gina, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, good morning. My name is Gina Viola. I am with White People for Black Lives. First, I'd like to thank this commission for its endless attempts to hold this sheriff accountable, which seems virtually impossible, just impossible. The outrageous cruelty by this law enforcement agency knows no bounds. To listen to this presentation regarding the harassment of family members after they've lost a loved one to sheriff violence is excruciating, because they shouldn't have lost their family member to begin with. This department continues to kill without consequences. How do you expect to hold them accountable for harassment? You're not even holding them accountable for killing. I feel like this is a chicken and the egg story. We just go round and round in circles with this. We must remove this sheriff, and we must have some kind of meaningful system of oversight of this department moving forward. Policies and procedures and motions mean nothing to this violent, racist law enforcement body. I implore you to do everything you can in your power to make meaningful changes, not only to the sheriff himself, but to the department as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. This comment will come from Ursula Hill. Ursula, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
I was trying to tell you to shut the door.
Ursula, you are unmuted. Would you like to make a public on this item? Hearing nothing, we'll move to Veta Gashkia. Please go ahead with your comment, Veta.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm just concerned about our society in general, and I know very well the police have been violent historically in our country, and it's very real. And I'm to the point where I actually feel sorry for the cops because I know they're getting a lot of harassment, but it's because there's no oversight. And what's happening is people are so frustrated. I know everybody sees this. I'm not saying anything people don't know, but for the innocent people who become cops who really think they're going to do something good, this whole system needs to be changed for everybody's benefit. And I appreciate the civilian oversight committee. I really wish you guys would unblock the chat so it could be more democratic, and also where we could see all the participants. It's hard enough to even participate in something like this, and then if you want to build community and trust, we're being, democracy is being kind of taken from us in so many ways. And by disabling the chat is not good. And also blocking who the attendees are is also not good. Thank you guys for doing this. We need to hold the police accountable. There's a lot of hard work. The sheriffs are out of control. I know this is for the sheriffs. I keep saying the police. But overall, thank you so much. And we need to make it happen.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Chase. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
Can you hear me?
Michelle, yeah, you're unmuted now. Please go ahead with your comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with a lot of what other people have said, Gina and other people, and about how the Sheriff's Department has demonstrated complete lack of regard for the grieving families, for the basic health protocols of the pandemic at this time. I have been out in the street at multiple events and seen so many of them just not wearing masks and harassing people and laughing and mocking the people in attendance, including the partner of Dejan Kazi. And I don't, it's really not inspiring to see people who are supposed to be protecting citizens out and about in public, just not following these basic protocols as they are being accused of murdering people. And there seems to be no oversight there, and it doesn't make you feel like they are. It just doesn't make you feel like there's any accountability or care. And I can't believe what has gone on, the corruption, the violence, and these basic things that are completely disregarded. And my heart goes out to all of the families. Thank you.
And this comment will come from Marge Jensen. Please go ahead with your comment, Marge. Marge, you're unmuted right now, but we're not hearing anything. Please go ahead and send me a chat if you're trying to speak. Move on to the next person is Veronica Quintilla. Please go ahead with your comment, Veronica.
Hi, my name is Veronica Quintilla. My comments is regards to all the society that's going on, the cruelty against the inmates. And I know the last comment that one of the ladies that just made in regards to sheriffs not wearing masks. And being even social media, you see a group of sheriffs taking a picture without mask, and the way how they're treating the inmates in jail. My husband's in jail, and he's been going to court, and they've been putting him with people with COVID and then he has to go back, and he's being placed and being bullied by the police. And I feel that that's really cruel what the police is doing, and the sheriff actually treating people not treating us as humans, because we're all humans.
Marge, you really need to speak to the issue of allegations of harassment. Issues about the jail will be handled later. So if you can talk about that, please go ahead.
Okay, Veronica, if you didn't have any other comments for the harassment of families, we'll move on to the last person who is signed up to speak on this item. Ricky Serginko, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to say, you know, the sheriffs act as though they are above the law. They, over the past 7 years, none of them have been prosecuted for murdering any Angelinos. And it's a continued practice by the sheriffs to attempt to intimidate the families of the people that they kill. And it's important to realize why they do it. They do it because they're a gang. They are a huge gang. There's many gangs within the sheriffs. You know, Alex Villanueva is part of the East LA Banditos. You know, the Compton Executioners. You know, there's so many gangs within the sheriff's department, and they use these intimidation tactics because that's what they do, like the mob or the mafia, and they are never held accountable. And, you know, if you look at how the mob and the mafia in this country were snuffed out, and we were able to somewhat move past that, is because these mob leaders were held to account. They were sent to jail for all of these crimes that they've committed. And that's what the sheriffs have done. They're committing crimes, they're killing people, they're robbing people, they're harassing people. And it's harassment is a certain level of harassment is against the law. And so they are a reckless gang in Los Angeles who have never, ever been held accountable. And so how much longer can this go on? Police in Los Angeles have killed over 600 people in the past 7 years. None of them have been held accountable. And then they harass the families. How much longer can this go on? And why do we let this happen? People are being killed and the families are being harassed, and that trauma continues. Why does it happen?
Thank you. And we do have 3 more individuals who said they had signed up to comment on this item. So Carlos Montes, please go ahead with your comment.
Yes, good morning. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm with Centro CSO Community Service Organization in Ball Heights. I grew up in East LA being harassed by the East LA sheriffs. I'm here to speak in support of the families who have been harassed, had their sons killed by the East LA sheriffs. And I support the proposal to make it a crime on the sheriffs when they harass families at memorials. Excuse me. I've attended the Paul Rea Memorial in East LA, where we're grieving and praying and peaceful. And all of a sudden to see a bunch of sheriff cars show up is very intimidating. I've been arrested by the sheriffs. I've been beat up by the sheriffs in the past when I was young and even as an adult. So that is very traumatizing, not only for me as a community activist, but can you imagine how the families feel and then to get arrested and harassed? I attended the Anthony Vargas Memorial and Maravilla Housing Projects. I've attended the Anthony Vargas protest at the East LA Sheriff Station. And when we see the sheriffs come out with their billy clubs, their shotguns, their rifles, their riot gear is also very intimidating. So you're right. This is an issue of human rights violations by the sheriffs, of killing our youth and harassing the families. This reminds me of Juarez, Mexico, where young women are killed, femicide, and where the mothers protest and then the mothers end up being killed and harassed. We have to denounce this as a major human rights violation, arrest the cops, prosecute the cops. I'm looking for the new DA to investigate these criminal assassin sheriffs, especially the banditos. And you're right, Villanueva is a member of the banditos. He worked at the LA Sheriff Station. He joined the banditos. He's a criminal. He needs to be put in jail.
Thank you. And the next comment will come
Thank you
from
very much.
the next comment will come from Cynthia Anderson Barker. Cynthia, you are unmuted now. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you so much. Cynthia Anderson Barker, National Lawyers Guild. First, I want to say what Max Huntsman stated, that COC is only advisory. So you have no power. I mean, it's wonderful that you're going to put a policy together, but back in August, I represented a family member who'd moved out of East LA, whose son had been murdered a year before by the sheriffs. And she was in Bellflower and she was harassed again, and they followed her, the sheriff's deputies. So I filed a complaint, and that was way back in September. Absolutely no response. And I'm an attorney. I would have represented her. I would have assisted in any investigation, in any interview of her. So the system is flawed. It's not working. So I propose that, number one, yeah, we should make it a crime when the police commit crimes. Why don't we have a special independent prosecutor for police crimes? Secondly, we have a charter amendment we're working on with the Board of Supervisors to remove the sheriff for cause and give the COC more power. You have no power right now. And finally, let's get the State Attorney General to look at this and investigate all these allegations of crimes that Max outlined in his report, and put the Sheriff's Department under a consent decree. Mandate these reforms. But I thank the COC for bringing all the community groups together so we can definitely highlight these reforms that are so badly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Veta. Please go ahead with your comment, Veta.
I already spoke on this topic. Thank you, though.
And Irene Moore, you will be the last person for this item. Irene, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just want to call out a great call that said we really should put time limits on the families of people who've been murdered by the sheriff's department. It's just wrong. Okay, so it's outrageous that Alex Villanueva is still wearing a badge, carrying a firearm, or receiving a paycheck. He is a criminal who ran falsely on a Democratic ticket and a platform of lies that he turned his back on the very day that he took office. This is a person who waged a campaign of harassment and terror against County CEO Sachi Hamilton, to the point that she resigned early, got a huge settlement from the county that includes bodyguards to protect her from the LASD. If that doesn't make the case against him crystal clear, I don't know what would. Alex Villanueva is a bandito. He is brazen and open in his actions, barely even attempting to code them. Beyond the blatant and immediate obstruction of evidence in the investigation of the murder of Andres Guardado, beyond the targeting and wrongful arrest of activists opposing the murders of the brown and black people that LASD seem intent on murdering with impunity as long as they're allowed to. And these arrests come with manufactured charges that will impact these people's lives indefinitely, and they're wrong. So the fact that we're even here discussing oversight, this guy should be removed because he's not functioning within the boundaries of the laws that he flaunts his ability to reject. And I also want to point out that Villanueva is telling this body what he will or will not answer questions about. That's not cooperation. This is a man who creates policy in his department on a whim. He tells his deputies, hey, it's okay to put duct tape over your badges and your name tags. People don't need to know who we are because we run the show. Please do anything that you can. Find the power that you can. He should be removed, and then the entire gang-ridden department completely flushed.
The last public comment that we'll have is from a family member, Julie Martinez. You're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment, Julie.
Yes, thank you, and good morning to the board. I am the grandparent of a child who was murdered by the East Los Angeles sheriffs and at a routine traffic stop. The problem that I have with the ongoing harassment is that it is ongoing, that the sheriffs continue to go to the neighborhood where the family lives in, where my family lives in. They have continued to harass them. I've spoken up several times. So I'm not going to go into greater detail, but some of the things that they have done is they've actually gone to my granddaughter's school and slowly followed her while she was walking down the street, away from the school. They have continually stopped them for very minor things, and yet they've treated these minor traffic stops with a degree, a level of police involvement that shouldn't occur. If you get stopped for a basic traffic stop, they should not call in 10 officers. And how do we know that it's harassment? It's very specific. They make references to my grandson. They mention his name. They know who the family is. They know the license plate of the cars that family members do drive. And they make snide remarks. They make comments and they make jokes and they laugh. And the question's probably going to be, has your family filed complaints? And I say, yes, they have definitely filed complaints. They're usually unfounded. However, what little evidence we have is just our word against theirs. So we need more help. We need assistance. We need guidance, and we need very strict rules to help families go after the sheriffs for future harassment.
Thank you. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of the public comment for this item at this time.
Thank you all for your public comments. At this point in time, I'd like to return to the commission and the motion by Commissioner Bonner, which has been seconded. Unless there is further discussion on it, I'd like to proceed with a vote. Anybody have any additional comments they want to make on Commissioner Bonner's motion? If not, let's proceed. Ingrid, do you want to call the roll?
Madam Chair, could Mr. Bonner repeat the motion once again for everyone's understanding?
Thank you for that.
The motion was that the Civilian Oversight Commission calls for the sheriff and the sheriff's department to, I'm going to add the word forthwith, develop a policy or policies regarding the treatment of family members, that is next of kin, who have lost loved ones as a result of use of force by a department employee. And further, as part of the motion, would be requesting, the policy would encourage respect for family members who have lost loved ones and forbid harassment of them. And further, the request would be that adopted that the Civilian Oversight Commission, through one of its ad hoc committees, would have an opportunity to review and comment on the policy so developed by the sheriff and the sheriff's department. That's the motion.
I'd like to proceed with a vote. Ingrid, do you want to call the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Bonner?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Giggins? Commissioner Giggins? Okay. Commissioner?
That's an aye from me, Jennifer. I was on mute, sorry.
Commissioner Kennedy? Okay, moving on. Commissioner Ochin?
Aye.
Chair Rubin?
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson? And Vice Chair Tolentino?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy, we weren't able to hear your vote. Okay. So the motion passes with
The motion's carried. Thank you all. And Mr. Williams, will you then have the staff put it in a format and make it available to the rest of the commission members? And then we will determine which ad hoc committee ought to be following this. So thank you very much for that. I think this may be an appropriate time to take our recess. We have a number of things yet to go this afternoon or later this morning, including the appearance of the sheriff. So it's now 10:42, and if we take a 15-minute break and resume at 10:57. Thank you so much. Jennifer, are we ready to resume?
She'll be right there.
Okay.
Yes, so for all of the commissioners, if you're back in front of your computer, please make sure that your video camera is turned on. And Chair Rubin, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. I'd like to move to agenda item number 2C, discussion regarding the inquest in the death of Andres Guardado. A coroner's office inquest into the June 18th death of Andres Guardado began on November 30th. Just several weeks ago, the coroner's inquest was conducted by hearing officer retired Judge Candace Cooper. This morning, we'll hear from Senior Deputy County Counsel Alexandra Zwiderweg, who participated in the inquest. Ms. Zwiderweg, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Rubin. As Chair Rubin indicated, on November 30th, the medical examiner coroner conducted an inquest into the death of Mr. Guardado. The inquest was conducted pursuant to the government code, and the purpose was to examine the circumstance, manner, and cause of death of Mr. Guardado. The inquest was recorded, and the video of the inquest is available on the coroner's website if anyone is still interested in viewing the inquest. During the inquest, Justice Cooper called 6 witnesses who testified at the inquest. They included 2 from the coroner, including the individual who performed the autopsy, the private pathologist hired by the Guardado family to conduct an autopsy, 2 of the homicide detectives responsible for investigating the shooting, and an individual who spoke with a third-party witness who claimed to witness the shooting. During the inquest, the 2 homicide detectives asserted their Fifth Amendment rights. Justice Cooper also received records that were sealed under the government code from the Sheriff's Department that she is currently evaluating. She will use them to render her decision and determine if any witnesses need to be recalled and how to proceed. And then once she has reviewed everything, Justice Cooper will render a decision, and the decision will set forth the medical cause of death, and whether the death was by natural causes, suicide, accident, or the hands of another person other than by accident. The contents of the decision is set forth in the government code. And that is currently where the inquest is, what the status is. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions from the commission.
Before we hear from other commissioners, I have a couple of questions myself. First of all, is there any timetable set for the hearing to resume?
That will depend on whether Justice Cooper feels that any witnesses need to be recalled, or if she feels she can render her decision based on the testimony that has already been received and the documents that she is currently reviewing. So currently, no, there is no timetable, and the coroner is waiting to hear from Justice Cooper regarding her assessment.
All right, and in addition, you indicate that the hearing itself is available for view on the coroner's website. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, Commissioner Bonner?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rubin. I'm wondering if that we're investigating the situation or the death of Mr. Guardado. I'm having a hard time understanding how they would have a valid claim under the Fifth Amendment. And I'm wondering whether, Alex, there's any consideration being given by Judge Cooper to whether or not there is a valid and appropriate invocation of the Fifth Amendment on their part.
Yes, Commissioner Bonner, Justice Cooper did indicate at the inquest that she questioned whether or not asserting the Fifth Amendment was appropriate under these circumstances. And my understanding is Justice Cooper is evaluating whether or not, further evaluating whether or not their assertion of the Fifth Amendment was appropriate and how best to proceed if she deems it to be not appropriate.
Anybody else have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Ocen.
Thank you so much for being here, Alex. My question is, one, can you briefly kind of just outline the purpose of the inquest? And then second, my second question relates to, and my first question is sort of just so that all members of the public will be on the same page about the inquest. And then secondly, how many individuals, how many Sheriff's Department staff members or employees took or pleaded the Fifth, i.e. refused to answer questions asserting their Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and what effect is that having on your ability to meet the objectives of the inquest?
So the purpose of the inquest overall is to, by under the government code, is to examine the circumstance, manner, and cause of death, really with focus on the circumstance. And so that was the purpose of the inquest, and will be the purpose of future inquests should they be conducted. Obviously the Sheriff's Department employees who did assert the Fifth, which totaled, I believe, 4 of them, two of the deputies directly involved in the incident asserted the Fifth by way of declaration that was provided to Justice Cooper, and Justice Cooper made that known to the public during the inquest. So it's 4 total, and obviously it can limit Justice Cooper's ability to evaluate the circumstance because she's not hearing directly from the people investigating the shooting, and she's not hearing directly from the people involved in the shooting. That said, as I mentioned, the Sheriff's Department did provide records under the government code, and they were entitled to establish or designate those records as confidential under the statute. So Justice Cooper did receive some records from the Sheriff's Department, and she is reviewing those.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but isn't an inquest relatively unusual? Why was an inquest? So first, is that the case? And then second, if it is, why was an inquest impaneled in the Andres Guardado matter, given that we typically would defer to the Sheriff's Department to determine the manner and circumstances of death, obviously aided by any determinations made by the coroner. So if it's unusual, why was it undertaken, and why not simply defer to the Sheriff's Department?
So you are correct. An inquest is very unusual in Los Angeles County. My understanding is an inquest had not been conducted in over 30 years. So definitely unusual. There are other counties in the state who regularly conduct inquests. One example that comes to mind is Contra Costa County. My understanding is that Contra Costa conducts inquests into almost every law enforcement involved shooting, but certainly more frequently than they are conducted in Los Angeles County. And, obviously it was not, I can't speak for the coroner directly, but my understanding is that the inquest was convened under these circumstances with the goals of transparency and providing the public with a window into the cause of death and the circumstance of death.
Is this something that LA County should consider doing for every instance where a member of law enforcement kills a member of the public, in the interest of transparency, in a way that's similar to, I think you said Contra Costa County, or the county that you referenced? Is that something that we should be doing? And this is somewhat rhetorical because I think the answer is yes. But I'm wondering what your thoughts are about the usefulness of inquests when police or law enforcement kill people while in the line of duty?
Well, I mean, certainly that decision is obviously up to the medical examiner coroner. He is the individual who has the discretion to conduct these inquests. And I will note that it is my understanding he's currently evaluating whether or not to conduct an inquest into the Fred Williams shooting. So it's possible that there will be at least one more. But again, that's the coroner's decision. I mean, I think it was certainly useful in that it did give the public more information all in one place than they would have received otherwise. I mean, there's lots of information that was disclosed about the shooting from various sources. And I think the inquest was useful in that it put all of that information in one package and made it easy for the public to access that information. Obviously, you know, more information from the sheriff's department could have been helpful and served the goal of transparency. But I think even as the inquest occurred, it did provide the public with easier access to information, is what I will say.
And this is my last question. I promise, my last question. So my understanding is that for nearly all of the deputy-involved shootings where the deputy kills someone, that there is a security hold on placed on the autopsies of the victims. So one, I'm wondering if you could just confirm that, and two, can you tell us if you happen to know or have it information at your fingertips, how long are those security holds typically? How long are they typically placed on these autopsies? And then, Madam Chair, I would really like to hear from the family of Mr. Young about the psychological, emotional effect that these kinds of security holds have on families. If not, I would like to hear from them today because this is on the agenda. But certainly I think we should make time on our agenda at our next meeting to hear directly from families about the effect that these investigations have and that the effect of policies like security holds on autopsies have on them and their broader communities.
So I'm actually not aware of any security holds that are in place at this time. So that's not to say that there aren't any, but I do not believe there are any. You know, I can look into that and report back to the commission. But as of right now, I'm not aware of any security holds on autopsies that are currently in place.
But is a security hold relatively common in instances where deputies have killed someone?
I don't believe recently. I know there was a brief security hold on the Guardado autopsy, but my understanding is that was removed and the autopsy had been released, you know, obviously not immediately, but relatively quickly. And I am not aware of any other security hold that the coroner has granted recently. But again, I don't necessarily have all the information. I just have not been personally made aware of it.
Okay, thank you.
Alex, thank you. Just so that I am clear, you indicated that two of the deputies during the hearing had submitted declarations indicating that they would take the fifth. What about the two homicide detectives? Were they actually in person and took the fifth, or did they submit similar declarations in writing?
The homicide detectives were actually present at the inquest and took the fifth with respect to specific questions that were posed. And then at some point, depending on the topic, Justice Cooper moved on from the questioning because it became clear that the homicide detectives were going to assert the fifth in response to every question relating to those specific topics. And if my recollection is correct, it was almost every question.
Did the homicide detectives indicate, in addition to asserting their Fifth Amendment rights, that it was on the advice of the sheriff, advice of counsel? How was that expressed?
I believe they said on the advice of counsel. I certainly do not recall them saying that it was on the advice of the sheriff.
Any other commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Tolentino.
Who makes the decision which witnesses would be called?
Justice Cooper, as the hearing officer, is the individual who makes the determination as to which witnesses are called to testify at the inquest.
And how would she know which witnesses to call? Is she given a list of folks that are relevant?
Well, I mean, she obviously has her own resources to research what's out there about the shooting, and then there are documents that the sheriff's department provides, and to the extent she has any questions as to who was involved in the incident, she would rely on the county to assist her in determining who these people are. But ultimately, it is her decision as to who will be called.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Ochin.
My question is about Mr. Young. My understanding is that Mr. Young's case was the case in which the Sheriff's Department went over the head of the coroner's office to get a security hold placed on that autopsy. Again, how common is that for the Sheriff's Department to do? And what's your, if you can share, what's your opinion of that move by the Sheriff's Department? Yeah, I mean, let me just ask the basic factual question. Is it common for the sheriff to go over the head of the coroner with regard to a security hold?
So to answer your most basic question, I'm not aware of any other situation in which the Sheriff's Department has done that. Just for those who don't know, in this situation, the Sheriff's Department went to a judge and asked the judge to place a hold on the release of the autopsy, and that order was subsequently vacated. So that is the only instance I am aware of in which the Sheriff's Department has done that. So I would obviously say it's not very common since it was only that one instance. That's not to say it won't happen in the future, but as of right now, that is the only situation that I am aware of in which the Sheriff's Department has done that.
And that was done after the coroner refused to put the security hold on the autopsy as requested by the Sheriff's Department. Why was that done?
So I'm not sure if they went to the coroner in the first instance. I can't recall at this time.
May I address that question?
Yes, go ahead, please.
The answer is they did not. They did not go to the coroner. They did not talk to the coroner. They did not attempt to place a security hold. That was discussed in court, and also, you know, we would have known of it because we monitor that process. They got an order where they got a judge to sign an order to the coroner, and this is addressed in my unlawful conduct report back. It's the second order where a judge ruled that LASD had acted unlawfully. The quote of the judge in hearing about it was that it was a shock to the conscience. They did not go to the coroner. They did not try to use the security hold process, and instead they went straight to a judge, got an unlawful order directing the coroner to ignore 832.7, which requires him to give written reasons if he chooses to place a hold, but to simply not release information not only to the public, but to myself and anybody other than the homicide detectives. That, as Alex told you, county council went in and got that quickly vacated.
And Mr. Huntsman, do you have a sense of why the Sheriff's Department didn't follow the law with regard to the security hold?
Yes, the sheriff made a public statement after the Guardado report was made public that he was going to get judges to order the coroner not to release anything after that. In this particular case was, I believe, the first test case where homicide went and tried to get that order, and they didn't go to the coroner because they knew the coroner would say, look, you got to follow 832.7. If you want to hold, you've got to give us facts to support the hold, and then the coroner decides whether or not that's legitimate. And the sheriff's department decided they didn't think the coroner would decide that in their favor, which is a good guess since they were actively refusing to allow monitoring of the investigation by my office. So it's hard for the coroner looking at the facts to say the public interest in transparency is outweighed by the sheriff's department's need for secrecy from the public and oversight. So I think that an assessment was made that that wasn't going to happen. They didn't bother to talk to the coroner. I don't think they wanted to give him a chance to present facts in court. They just went in and submitted an order for a judge to sign. And I suspect, but don't know, that they didn't tell the judge much about the larger story. The clerk told us that no affidavit or anything in support was submitted. LASD insists that they submitted an affidavit, but they won't give us a copy of it. So I think they did that as an intentional end run around what the law provides for. And that's why it has prominent mention in my report as one of the more unlawful things they've done recently. So it's flagrantly in violation of law, and that's why the order was vacated.
And again, I just want to ask, is it possible for us to hear from the family of Dana Young about the effect that this whole process has had on them, if they're still participating in the meeting?
All right, I'm concerned, Commissioner Chen, that we have time constraints, certainly regarding the time when the sheriff will be available, and I want to make sure and get public comment. Allow for public comment on the subject of the inquest, and perhaps we can schedule something with the family of Dana Young, if not today, certainly for the next meeting. So I am mindful of that, but I'm also mindful of the time.
Yes,
so
respectfully, can we at least go to them first and give them 3 minutes before we go to general public comment?
Commissioner Ochen, the staff is working on a policy of how we apportion additional time for various family members. And since the policy has not yet been drafted, I am really concerned about allotting additional time to somebody today when we have had requests as recently as this week for other family members to have additional time. I want to try and be as fair as possible. So
I understand that, but this is related to the very agenda item and the issue that we're talking about with regard to the sheriff's department doing end runs around the legal process.
I understand.
I would be happy to yield my time, 2 minutes of my time, so that they could speak.
Well, we can't make the distinction for one particular family because all havoc will break loose because, as I indicated, we did have a request. So I'd like to proceed with the public comment. Jennifer, how many do we have signed up?
At this time, 14 individuals who have signed up for public comment on this item.
All right. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to limit the numbers to on this subject to 1 minute.
Okay, and would you like to begin public comment now?
Please.
Okay, and first an announcement in Spanish.
Si necesita traducción en español, simplemente diga la palabra español antes de comenzar sus comentarios y un traductor traducirá sus comentarios cuando termine de hablar. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Khadija Shabazz. Please go ahead with your comment, Khadija.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say, yes, I was the family of Dana Young. I don't know. I didn't hear exactly what she wanted to know, but she's like, okay to call me later if she needs to have more information. But Dana Young was killed by the sheriff's department. And we heard about the sheriff's hold actually on TV on Channel 5 News, where they had the sheriff versus the coroner's office report. We had no idea that there was even a 90-day hold on it. And his children have been given the runaround as to what happened to him. We found out most of the information on our own concerning Dana, and doing our own investigation at his memorial service. We lifted him up out of the coffin ourselves and saw the bullet hole in the back of his head, which something that was not told to us. It was something that we found out on our own. So I don't know exactly, because I'm sorry I didn't hear the last part of what the young woman was asking me, but you can feel free to call me back in the interest of time.
Thank you,
Can I just
Khadijah.
pause
On the
here?
back
Can
end.
I just pause here? Sorry. First of all, I want to say thank you for calling me a young woman. That's probably the best compliment I've had in a while. But second, I would like to move to give the family of Dana Young an additional 4 minutes to talk about the effect of the coroner's hold, the LASD's attempt to get a security hold on the autopsy report of their loved one. And I think we should give them that space in the same way that we gave other entities, particularly represented from the coroner's office, space to talk about the process. I think it's important for the commission to hear from them in order to understand the full implications of the two sheriff's departments' misconduct on this matter. So I move to give the family of Dana Young an additional, so they've already had 1 minute, an additional 3 minutes if they wish to use it. So that's my motion. I hope that one of my colleagues will second.
Before we even proceed, Commissioner Ocen, right now we are hearing from public comment on the subject of the coroner's inquest. And I think that's what we ought to continue to proceed with, and then take your motion up after that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Richie Sergenko. Please go ahead with your comment, Richie.
Hi, yeah, I was wondering if I could yield my time to Kajita Shabazz.
Okay, thank you. Note of that. And the next comment will come from Alex Cave. Alex, please go ahead with your comment.
I want to thank Commissioner Ocen for saying that the family should be reached out to first and foremost. That's absolutely true. I also think that it is not a question of whether the officer involved shooting should be investigated. It is that they should all be investigated, because this is a consistent problem. I don't know how, also, if it's a question of the officers pleading the fifth, whether or not it's an obstruction of justice. It is an obstruction of justice. And they are operating like a gang. Villanueva doesn't have to tell them not to speak. They're going to do it, because that's what you do when you're in a gang, protecting your fellow gang members. A whistleblower said that this was a gang initiation. Andres Guardado lost his life. He was treated as nothing so that a member could join a sheriff's gang, these people who are supposed to protect us. And not to mention, of course, they followed the pattern that he was Hispanic, because LASD targets Hispanic and Black individuals.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ali Rubenfeld. If you would just like to state what you said in the chat, please go ahead now.
Yeah, I'd like to. I don't think so.
Yes, right now we hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I just want to yield my time to the families. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Andres Guardado. I'm sorry, Andres Kwan. Please go ahead with your comment.
Well, just to say that I would want to yield my time to Khadijah Shabazz, but I just want to point out that tomorrow, December 18, it will be 6 months since the murder of Andres Guardado on June 18. And before I yield my time, I do want to thank Professor Ocen, and also point out that Chair Rubin's slippery slope and opening the floodgates argument here is deeply, deeply disappointing. So with having said that, I'd like to yield my time to Khadijah Shabazz.
And the next comment will come from Tamara K. Tamara, please go ahead with your comment.
First off, I want to honor and uplift Andres Guardado. Prayers, power, and strength to his family. It's unconscionable that what is going on, that, the inquest of the cause of death, the pigs that plead the Fifth Amendment as a means to get out of the trouble they've caused in terms of murdering this young man. They've troubled the family. They've traumatized this family. LASD officials have thus far refused to cooperate with independent investigations, still lying and Inspector General, LASD is engaged in a pattern of putting security holds on autopsies, which led to the coroner breaking with the hold and the releasing of the autopsy results, and later to the first coroner's inquest in 30 years. In the first hearing, the coroner's inquest deputy Michael Vega, who murdered Andres Guardado, did not show, instead skipping town and leaving the country. LAUSD officials, including detectives who were supposed to investigate Andres Guardado's killing, refused to testify by pleading the Fifth Amendment.
And the next comment will come from Delia Brown. Please go ahead with your comment, Delia. Delia, you're unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we'll move on to Michelle Infante. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
Commissioner Rubin, I respect you, but you squandered time that could have been given to Ms. Shabazz. I mean, I have to remind you, and out of all due respect, this platform was built for these people, and we're discussing something that's so important right now regarding the Sheriff's Department and criminal activity. This pertains to it. And these people need to be heard, and this time is theirs. Don't take it away from them and squander their time by arguing with Commissioner O'Shin. She was completely in the right, and you were wrong. Give these people their time. And also, don't make the rest of us suffer and have to give over our time. You should be listening to these families voluntarily. This is not only about the death of their loved one, it's about trauma. Trauma, generations of people with trauma, what the department is creating. I implore you, I respect you, but please don't squander that much time again when there's a family that could be speaking.
And the next comment will come from Michelle King. Michelle, please go ahead with your comment.
Please give my time to the family.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you, Michelle. And the next comment will come from Corinne Baptiste. Please go ahead with your comment, Corinne.
Hi, I just want to first commend Commissioner O'Chen for her courage and just resilience and consistency and really upholding community voice. But it's just so wrong with me just how the Sheriff's Department are intentionally, recklessly disregarding the law. And they're the people who are supposed to be upholding the law. And they act like a lawless gang, and they're hiding behind the racist dog whistle of law and order. How are we gonna let them obstruct justice in the court of law and then bypass the coroner and a coroner law right in front of our eyes? And I'm just thinking, like, if this is what is coming up after the Inspector General has been like keeping his eye on what's been going on for the past 10 years, like how many laws have they bypassed? How lawless have they actually been before this body was even created?
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Gwendolyn Snyder. Please go ahead with your comment, Gwendolyn.
Hi, I want to give my time over to the families. Thanks.
Okay, that is noted. And the next comment will come from Joseph Gomez. Please go ahead with your comment, Joseph.
Hi, so can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
First of all, I wanted to speak on whoever just called Law and Order a racist dog whistle. You're the reason. Well, you probably voted for Gascon, who's right now letting felons out, and cop killers out. And I do agree that killer cops shall be held to the fullest extent of the law, and shall be held to law and order as well. And I also like to address another comment that was made of LASD is purposely killing Latinos or Hispanics and Black people. Did you know that majority of people in Gardena, where Andres Guardado was shot, are Hispanic and Black? What a coincidence. That's like saying if someone commits a crime in Compton, of course they're going to be Black because how many white people are in Compton? Look at the socioeconomics here. This is not a racist issue. This is a perverted issue. This is about poverty. This is far more. It's not about race. That's just, let me say that. It's not about race. It's about money. I yield my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Juliana Lacosta. Please go ahead with your comment, Juliana.
I yield my time to the family. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Nick Wilson. Please go ahead with your comment, Nick.
Thank you. Our organization supports first responder mental health in our country.
And what I've heard today in this platform is inconceivable. First and foremost, pleading the fifth is not an admission of guilt. It's a constitutional right that law enforcement officers have, just like everybody else. I do not support or think that law enforcement officers should get away with things that are crimes. But by and large, our officers, our deputies are doing a phenomenal job. The fact that anyone would use this platform to call a law enforcement officer a pig is disgusting, and it should not be tolerated. The other thing is, law enforcement is under attack, and that starts in LA County. And what Gascon is doing will only endanger the public. It is absolutely disgusting that our cops, our deputies, are going through what they're going through with no recourse whatsoever. It is.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Dolly Meyer. Please go ahead with your comment. Dolly Meyer, you are unmuted now. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we will move on to the next person. Veta Gashgai, please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. I'd like to just give my time to the family.
Okay, that is noted. And the next comment will come from Carlos Montes. Please go ahead with your comment, Carlos.
Yes, good morning, Carlos Montes, Community Service Organization in Bow Heights. I support the independent inquest. It's obvious that the sheriff is trying to do a cover-up of the murder of Andres Guardado and other young men. Many times when we work with families who have been killed by the sheriff, LAPD, we suggest that they do their own autopsy, and some of the lawyers will do that, even at the cost to the family or the lawyers. So this is a total cover-up, human rights violation. These cops need to be prosecuted. I am happy and support that DA Gascon is in office. We got rid of Jackie Lacey because she was part of the cover-up. These cops need to be prosecuted. If they're assassins, they're a gang. It's a total cover-up. We need to demand inquest every time there's a killing, because I have no faith in the sheriffs at all. They need to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Courtney Valentine. Courtney, please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that this is a public comment into the inquest regarding the death and killing of Andres Guardado, and not a place to defend killer cops. That being said, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to the families. Thank you.
Thank you. And it does appear that concludes the individuals who have signed up for public comment on this specific item. At this point, we have 8 individuals who have yielded their time. Chair Rubin.
All right, so I think that's the appropriate way to do this. If the family of Dana Mitchell Young wishes to use that time at this point, please go ahead.
Okay, and I am unmuting Khadija Shabazz. Khadija, you are unmuted if you would like to make any additional comments.
Yes, speaking to the trauma from my family, it's I don't have enough time to do that. His daughter, at the same time her father was being murdered, was giving birth. She gave birth to a little girl who had a stroke. And to hear the in the same day, in the same sentence, that the cops just killed your dad at the same time, my granddaughter can't speak. I'm speaking on behalf of her. When your family and your relatives and the people in the community are more afraid of the police than they are the gang members that have that in the area in which they live, what does that say? What does that say about us as a community? People are looking at us from all over the world. Los Angeles have the most incarcerated people than anywhere in the country. The United States than anywhere in the world. There is something that we're doing wrong. And one of the things that we are doing wrong is allowing the trauma to keep resurfacing family by family by family in our neighborhoods, and we are allowing it to happen. We are allowing it. I speak to parents, I speak to women all day long. I never thought that it would affect me in the way that it has now. I have an autistic son. 3 times I've had to go rescue him with the help of the community, where he's thrown up against a building. He's on the ground with a gun to his head. He's autistic. He don't understand what y'all saying. By the grace of God, he's still here. He wasn't murdered. It is a game. Call it what it is. Call it what it is. This trauma, I don't know how people get over this. I don't. I really don't. I'm working through it myself. This is still really fresh for me. It's only been 3 to 4 weeks to have to go in after not being able to identify him. They use COVID now, so you can't go in to identify him. We investigated ourselves. We didn't know how he was killed. We didn't know how he was shot. We did not know. We lifted him up out of his coffin to look at a bullet hole in the back of his head. Nobody gave us that information. Nobody has addressed it now. This is the first or second time it's even being talked about. You know, we don't know exactly what the next move is for us, but me as the elder, I have to hold it down for my children and my grandchildren. This is the moves that I have to make in order to get some justice for them. And listening to this today was the first time that I've heard most of this. When we were all defund LAPD, when the big bully on the block was actually the sheriff's department, you know, it needs to be torn down and rebuilt and restructured. That's where it needs. It starts at the head. If the head is no good, the body can't be no good either. So that's what we need to do. I'm listening to what I'm listening today. I'm hearing some of this bullshit that I'm hearing today, and I'm mad, I'm crying, I'm upset, I'm angry for people to make the comments. You want to defend the police department, then freaking do something about it then. You want to help, do something about it then. In order for it to be great again, which it never was, we're going to have to start from the beginning and rebuild and restructure this. People come here from all over the world. Like I said earlier today, City of Angels is a city of shame. And if you're not ashamed of it, something wrong with you. And I yield the rest of my time to another family member who may have something else to say. I'm too emotional right now. I'm too upset right now. But anybody, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chabert.
Thank you. And I just want to note that I'm not aware of any additional family members that are logged in at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Shabazz, I want to thank you for your very moving and powerful words, which I hope will be translated into more action to help you and other families as well. So unless there are other family members who want to use that time, I think we should go on to the next item. Is there anybody in the commission who wishes to speak at this point? Commissioner Ochen?
Yes, I would just like to make sure that we have, first, I just want to say to Ms. Shabazz, you know, you have my condolences. I can't imagine how difficult this time must be for you, especially not having gotten information about the death of the killing of your loved one, and having to find out these details in such a traumatic way. I am hoping that we can reach out to the family of Mr. Young as we are drafting our resolution or recommendations regarding not only the coroner and security holds, but also how the sheriff's department treats the family of victims who are killed by sheriff's deputies. I also hope that we'll consider what the family of Mr. Young has said as we look at the family assistance program, because it seems that it doesn't seem to be functioning very well based on what, at least in her experience, what I heard from her. So I hope that we'll follow up those different threads. And again, thank you, Ms. Shabazz, and deeply sorry for your loss.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yes, please do.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Shabazz, for your moving and truthful comments. And yes, you have our condolences from all of us. And I was going to bring up, just as Commissioner Osen did, that this is very reminiscent of hearing from the families, which prompted us to initiate the creation of the Family Assistance Program, which is kind of being in limbo lately. So that has to be resurrected. And I just want to say that what was so important, I mean, we've been hearing from families for over 3 years now. And it was how we actually launched, I believe, by hearing from families. And I just want to support that hearing directly from the families who lose a loved one via police action, sheriff action, is extremely important to the functioning of this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Giggins, and for everybody who's weighed in on this subject. And I would ask Mr. Williams that you make sure that there is somebody on the staff that reaches out to Ms. Shabazz on this issue, and also related to the proposal or the policy development that staff is working on regarding additional time for family members as they request additional time to speak on an issue. So unless there are additional comments from other commissioners on this issue, I'd like to move to agenda item 2D. Anybody else? Okay, so this is the secret deputy subgroups, deputy cliques, deputy gangs, whatever we are choosing to call this. As you may recall, during the November COC meeting, the commission voted to request that Sheriff Villanueva attend today's meeting. A letter requesting his presence and participation during the discussions regarding secret deputy subgroups was sent on November 30th by the executive director. That was sent on November 25th. On November 30th, the sheriff sent a letter to Mr. Williams indicating that he was available to attend this meeting at noon to discuss his deputy cliques or subgroup policy. He also added that he would discuss COVID-19 in the jails. So we are awaiting Mr. Sheriff Villanueva's attendance at noon. But before we hear from the sheriff, we have asked Dr. Sam Peterson from RAND to provide us a brief update on the progress of their study. So Dr. Peterson, if you would go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you, Lael. And thank you for inviting me, and it's great to see everyone. I was curious, since I know you're a little behind on the timeline, maybe I was going to give a background on the project. Would you like me to do that still, or I could give you a brief timeline on sort of where we started and where we are, if that's better in the interest of time?
Well, I will monitor the time because we did commit to the sheriff to appear at noon. So you have 15 minutes or slightly less if you'd like to, how you decide you want to use the time.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. In that case, then I'd like to take us back briefly just to the very beginning of the project. So RAND was brought in to conduct an independent research study on this subject. And our goals are to learn more about how these groups have formed, why they might exist, and what actions might be taken to improve identified issues. And importantly, we undertook this study with the goal of understanding both internal and external perspectives. So perspectives and experiences of deputies, perspectives and experiences of supervisors, and then as well as some of the organizational or maybe more systemic factors that are related to the subject. And then finally, we wanted to understand the perspectives of community members across LA County, including community leaders, representatives of community-based organizations, and a variety of other community members. So to do this, we engaged in 4 different types of primary data collection efforts, and we began the project last November, November 2019, with interviews of LASD members as well as community members and community leaders. And we, pretty much were doing those interviews in person all through November into March. And then in March, we were planning to start doing focus groups in person, continuing with a few interviews in person, and we had to delay the remainder of that a little bit to regroup and figure out how we were going to get approvals and figure out how we were going to do focus groups virtually. So that delayed us a little bit. Additionally, the third and larger component of this study was a survey of sworn personnel within LASD. Our original plan was to send our personnel out to stations to hand deliver survey packets and ensure that people were reassured of the anonymity of their responses and things like that. So we had to adapt a little bit there again in light of COVID. And so eventually we got back on track with focus groups, which we ended up completing virtually but in July. We launched the survey at the end of August and completed the survey collection at the end of October. And then we have since been analyzing and writing our findings, and we are currently under internal quality assurance review, which is a fancy RAND term for just reviewing the project, reviewing the methods, and ensuring that our findings are linked to the methods, and appropriate caveats are included there. And so from here, we will go to an external review process, which includes 2 peer reviewers. It likely takes 2 to 3 weeks for them to review. And then we go through a publications process where we have editors and people working on formatting, figures, and all those things in preparation for a public report, and which will be issued and publicly available at rand.org. And we're anticipating that will be mid-February. It takes about 5 to 6 weeks for that publications process to finish. So that's where we are. We're in the final stages of the project, and yeah, that's pretty much the update. So happy to answer any questions you have too.
Is there any way of getting a preview as to where you're going?
I wish there were, and I understand why you might feel that way. I know it's it's been something, this project has been something that's been in discussion since, I believe, fall of 2018, and we were subsequently funded in 2019. So I certainly understand, but we do not release findings until we've gone through the full quality assurance process, and that's I think for everyone's benefit. It helps it helps the report be more sound and stand on its own. Really is the goal for us.
I understand. I was hoping, you might give us some tidbit, but I do understand. Any commissioners have any questions of Dr. Peterson? Yes, Commissioner Ochen.
Dr. Peterson, thanks so much for being here and the work that you're doing on this, tremendously important issue of deputy gangs. And I'm wondering if you can talk about, I was listening, but I don't necessarily feel like I got a good sense of the level of cooperation that you've been receiving. So I'm wondering if you could talk a bit about, sort of the candor, the transparency, cooperation that you've been receiving from the Sheriff's Department from the top on down.
Yeah, sure. That's a good question, and that's certainly something we can answer. So first, I should have mentioned this participation in the project is voluntary. So interviews, we can't coerce people to sit in for interviews, and with our survey, we can't force people to take it. But having said that, we definitely did receive cooperation from the department, particularly with sending out announcements about the project, letting people know that we were, conducting this project. We additionally received a lot of support from both Sheriff Villanueva and especially the captains at various stations across the county. So what we did often is we would end up attending briefings and explaining the project to people, letting them know that we're currently conducting interviews, and if you are interested in participating in these interviews, please reach out to us. We did end up completing over 50 interviews with people in the department, which for the department this size is not a large number. Which is why we wanted to also conduct a survey. But we also received a lot of support throughout the survey, and again, we really leaned on captains to help us get the message out. Captains helped us distribute the surveys, and I think from our perspective, it was a cooperative relationship, definitely.
And can you say, because I don't recall, or maybe I didn't retain it, how many surveys were sent out, or how many the universe of people, and then how many were returned?
Yeah, I should have said that. We surveyed the full complement of sworn personnel in the department, which was around 9,600, and we received 1,600 responses, which is about a 16.5% response rate. So looking at,
is that a good response rate? 16%?
Yeah. So looking at other surveys of law enforcement, large surveys, large samples like we had, it's within the realm of reasonable. And we also document a few things that were happening at the time, which were unfortunate. I think the big one was the fires that were occurring at the time. So we can't necessarily say how that impacted our response rates. I will say, when we look at across the department, we looked at, patrol response rates for administrative assignments, things like that. And the patrol response rate was right at 16.5%. So it was in line with the overall response rate. And then you have the administrative, the detective assignments were a little higher. They were upwards of 28, 30 some percent. So it kind of makes sense. People in an office were a little more likely to respond, which we do try to account for as well as we analyze our findings. But in general, good representation across the department as well.
I know we're running low on time, Madam Chair, so I'm mindful of that. Did you all target any particular substations where there were allegations of specific gang activity? And then second, what kind of sources did you rely on, or are you relying on outside of the interviews and surveys as part of your study?
Yeah, so particularly for the community component, we did target our efforts, and we focused on 9 areas with the highest calls for service in the department, which does definitely include areas where some of these allegations exist. And then in terms of interviews and other sources of data outside of the department, we did interview other county level stakeholders, who have potential interest in this subject or would have particular knowledge in this subject. So that may include the court system or oversight bodies and things like that. So
did you interview anyone in the communities, or did you review complaints that were filed by individuals alleging harassment or anything that might indicate gang activity? So yeah, I'm wondering, of course, hearing from the Sheriff's Department, other county stakeholders, but obviously the community and the people who are being policed are probably the most important stakeholders from my perspective. So I'm wondering to what extent did you engage community members? Did you review complaints or other kind of documentary evidence provided by individuals who have had adverse experiences with the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, and with the community component, we definitely heard a variety of perspectives from community members. Certainly negative experiences were included there. We did not review documented complaints or anything like that. We were relying primarily on this primary data collection from members of the community.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because I'm still unclear about what you mean by you contacting members of the community. What did that look like? What was the nature of that contact?
Yeah, so what we did is we recruited people to participate in this project using the Oversight Commission office, the Board of Supervisors provided referrals, and then we asked the Sheriff's Department for their referrals as well. And we also did some of our own primary research to look for other stakeholders that might not have been identified. And I had another research member who was sort of leading this project, so I should have asked. I can ask her to connect with you if you think that would be helpful as well. But we tried to create a broad pool of participants, and we used that to build out our different research efforts in these 9 different communities across the county. So that was the approach, and I think we were pretty broad in our scope there, but I would have to get more specific details if that's helpful for you.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
And that'll be in our report as well. So yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson, and a special thanks to Commissioner Ochen for eliciting some really meaningful information from Dr. Peterson and the study. So thank you for that. It's just about noon, a minute or so early. I noticed that Sheriff Villanueva is here, or at least on the line. So I would like to proceed and make the best use of our time with him. I want to thank you, Sheriff Villanueva, for joining us today. Your attendance is an important step in furthering the level of transparency between the Sheriff's Department and the community. So we will begin by discussing item 2D, secret deputy subgroups. I understand that you, Assistant Sheriff Chase, is present, and that you had indicated that Chief Burson would be here available. I don't see him as yet. But I want to be very clear in our appreciation of your being here that we are primarily interested in your discussion of your policy and your leadership of the department in the area of secret deputy subgroups. So with that, you have the floor, and we will have additional questions as we proceed. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate the invitation. And I think in this type of a setting is the most productive use of all of our time. And I can reiterate probably what has already been made public, and the fact that this issue of the deputy subgroups or cliques, something dates back to the 1970s, is not unique to the Sheriff's Department, not unique to law enforcement or any type of paramilitary organization for that matter. And I think that is well known to everyone. I also know that the history of the department dates back to the 70s again with the group called the Vikings, and then the Red Devils at East LA, going all the way up to the present day. And previous sheriffs have been remiss in their duty to somehow address it or do something about the issue when it arose to a level of concern that impacted either the community or the organization. And my administration, we've taken an entirely different approach. One, we acknowledged the problem from the very beginning. In fact, we inherited a problem at the very beginning, which was the Kennedy Hall fight back in, I believe, September of 2018, before I was elected as sheriff. We took the appropriate steps to investigate it criminally. We investigated it administratively. In fact, we provided to the OIG both investigations, and the administrative one alone was over 3,000 pages in length. Very detailed, interviewed over 70 individuals. And something that is going to be an ask of me to your organization is that when we deliver these products, we need feedback. We need to, one, acknowledge that you received it, acknowledge, hey, did it work? Did it not work? Did it achieve the goals that we were looking for in terms of transparency and accountability? Because that is the best way that we as an organization can improve. Because I think oversight and the role of the Inspector General is an important, it's a valid one for any law enforcement organization in the 21st century. However, it has to be functional. It has to work. So when we do something, we generate a product, we need a product in return. We need a critique of the product. We need for example, if you exist to analyze their programs, practices, policies, procedures, what they are, let us know. You know, get us the feedback on there. Because right now, I'm concerned about the fact that there was a product from the OIG about secret societies, and then that was I'm somehow maintaining a secrecy, and that was what was reported to the press. When in actuality, we did everything we could do legally on the criminal side of the investigation and on the administrative side. We held a press conference in August. We announced the results of this. As a result of that investigation, we suspended 22 employees, with suspended their pay. We also ended up terminating 4 employees, one who had resigned during the time of the termination. So that was a total of 26 people that were impacted. We transferred 36 employees. The entire leadership team of East LA Station was transferred, and they were transferred unwillingly. I know some are characterizing, well, it was voluntary, this or that. Bottom line, they were transferred. And the ones that were the decision makers were transferred. In fact, my very first act in office was to remove the captain of East LA Station because I had lost confidence in the ability to lead the organization. That is accountability. Suspending employees when they cross the line, engage in misconduct that harms other employees, harms members of the community as a result of they call them something or whatever it is that is misconduct. We hold people accountable and we take action according to the rule of law. Now, we have a more recent event now in Compton that is currently under investigation that I can't comment on the details on it. However, the result, once we're done, it'll be provided to the Inspector General, who hopefully will actually provide some input into the quality and nature of the investigation and did it achieve its goals of holding people accountable. We have a new policy that was created and put in effect in February of this year. However, we cannot apply that policy retroactively, as some have suggested. That is against the law, right? Because regardless of people's desires or political agendas, we're still bound by the First Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And with that in mind, that brings us to where we are today. We have issues about, the policy is detailed. It's something that was never done before in the history of the department. And we addressed it because a lot of other sheriffs kind of just shied away from it because of concerns. How do we address it? How do we meet the First Amendment concerns and union considerations? We found the right wording, and the policy is currently in place, is being implemented. When we do now interviews, we actually ask those questions. Before they were never asked, they're being asked now. So that is called progress. And it's very important because we want to hold our employees accountable. We want to make sure they're a representative of not just the profession, but of the community that they're serving. So there's a lot that's going on with that. And these are all positive events. And when we hold people accountable and we are transparent about it, we also need to have the Oversight Commission acknowledge that and make that public, let it be known. Because if the only message that comes out to the public is, oh my God, he's not transparent, oh my God, he's not accountable, when we're actually doing all the hard work, that's it's a disservice. This the Kennedy Hall investigation happened during the middle of the pandemic. It took about 6 months. There were thousands of hours devoted to interviewing people. We had all the concerns with getting people on quarantine, not in quarantine, attorneys who, were not willing to accommodate. The whole issue was not an easy job to do. It took a lot of work. My hat's off to all those people. They really rolled up their sleeves. And the product, it needs to be picked apart. It needs to be analyzed, and let's see what the results are. But that's what we've done so far with it, and I think we've communicated that message throughout the department. We've briefed it. We briefed it at the executive level, at the management level. We pushed it out and station briefings, and it's taken hold. It's working. All right. So with that, Any questions you may have, please. Okay.
This is Rob Bonner. Let me just join with Chair Rubin and thank you for being with us today. And I also want to start by acknowledging and applauding you, sir, for being the first sheriff of Los Angeles County to adopt a policy prohibiting Sheriff's Department personnel from participating in or joining deputy cliques. Referring, of course, to the Manual Policy and Procedure, Section 01/050.83, which was adopted by the Sheriff's Department last February, about 10 months ago. So you're to be applauded and commended on that, and I want to make that very clear at the outset. I do have a few questions, though, I want to put to you, and in my limited time. But first of all, I think you would agree, just based upon what you said about the Vikings and history, that historically there have been deputy cliques within the Sheriff's Department. Am I correct that historically that has been the case, correct?
That has been the case, yes.
And would you agree, and I'm not asking for how many or where, but would you agree that currently there are still deputy cliques in one or more of the patrol stations of the Sheriff's Department?
I'd say that'd be a fair assessment.
No. The question is, and again, without naming names, I'm not looking for names of any deputies here, but have any deputies, any department employees been disciplined for participating in or joining or soliciting other deputies to participate in a deputy clique? Have there been any deputies disciplined for essentially participating in deputy cliques?
Well, as you're familiar with, the policy was introduced and it was in place in February. It was vetted. It took a while to get there, but it became effective in February. So the investigations that we have currently moved from that point forward, from February forward, that policy is in effect. And we are doing it. The investigations that we have ongoing, I can't go into any specific detail, but the policy is being enforced, to answer your question. And that's very important.
Yeah, I know it is important, and it's important. I think you're saying that, first of all, that at least from February forward, and I agree with you, I don't think this is retroactive, but February of this year forward, that it would violate your policy, the 050.83, would violate policy for a deputy to continue to participate or join in or solicit others to join in a deputy clique. Am I correct? That would violate this policy.
It has to be linked to misconduct, however, because if it's just, say a group, let's say a fictitious group, they decide to get a tattoo of a Tweety bird on their shoulder, and they're the Tweety birds. And you have a group of people with a Tweety bird. Just that in of itself, we cannot take action on it because it has to be tied to some type of misconduct that harms somebody. The grouping of itself, it does not going to pass constitutional muster on the First Amendment grounds. However, once we get into misconduct, that gives us that window of opportunity to then go there. But we have to cross that bridge.
Let me say I'm going to respectfully disagree that there's a constitutional right by a deputy sheriff to participate in a deputy clique. I mean, but that's a legal issue. Let's put it aside for a moment. What I want to clarify is, and I have your policy in front of me, it says that department personnel shall not participate or join in any group. And it goes on to say, herein referred to as deputy cliques, which often include an associated symbol and or tattoo. This policy, it seems to me, is pretty straightforward. It doesn't require additional misconduct. If a deputy sheriff now today solicits another deputy to join a clique, the executioners, the banditos, you name the clique, that seems to violate your policy without any further misconduct. But you're telling me that that does not violate your policy. So I just want to be clear. If somebody right now, a deputy is soliciting another person to join a deputy clique that's associated with an identifiable tattoo, let's say, are you telling me that that does not violate 050.83, or does it violate it? I would hope it does, because I've read it. It seems like the policy.
That calls for a legal opinion, and I'm going to defer to Chief Burson on that. However, from my own perspective, and again, I'm not a lawyer. In fact, most of you are the ones who are the lawyers. We have to get to that point, though. I can't start blanket. How do we get to that point where person A convinced person B to join a group? How do we get to that point? And that is very important now, because I agree with you that at face value, when we're doing an investigation regarding misconduct and it's discovered pursuant to the investigation that A, B, and C joined this group, okay, now we have grounds and that we can apply the policy. However, how do you get to that point is a very important.
I agree. It's very important. And how you get to that point is called an investigation. But so let me go back to my question, because I just want to see if I can get a clear answer. And that is, without naming any names, has any department employee been disciplined for joining or soliciting a deputy clique since your policy went into effect in February of this year?
I can say that not yet. However, I'll leave the details of that with the Chief Burson.
All right. So, to your knowledge, no one has been disciplined yet. Let me ask you something different. And again, without naming names, but has any deputy sheriff been, well, let me put it this way, without naming names, have any investigations been opened by the Internal Affairs Bureau or any other unit of the Sheriff's Department to investigate whether, since the policy went into effect, a deputy has joined or solicited another deputy to join a deputy clique?
I'm going to have Chief. I'm going to have Chief Burson answer that question, because he has more detail than I do on that.
Before we get to hearing from Chief Burson, I want to be very clear, Sheriff, that you indicated that it is your position that you cannot discipline unless it is tied to some kind of misconduct. And as Commissioner Bonner has so carefully pointed out, that it does not seem to be spelled out in the same manner in your policy. So the question is how you could ever tie misconduct to participation in a deputy subgroup, deputy clique, that would in fact violate your policy.
Here's what I can say is that when we're aware of an allegation, we take action, we investigate it. And as a result of that, we get to all the points that Mr. Bonner wants to go to, and we will be doing that. All right. Obviously, investigations take time, and we're here since February, so we're about 10 months into it. And I'll have Chief Burson speak to specifics on investigations. But this actual policy section and the questions of the investigators is now covering that policy. So that's something you should be aware of. But my idea is that, one, in today's litigious society, just the mere existence of any symbolizing, identifying group in this type of a profession can be problematic. And so we're obviously doing everything we can to discourage it and eliminate it. However, we can't eliminate people. It's going to take time. So let me, let's just say that I'll leave it to Chief Burson to go into details on that.
Yeah, let me just make the request. I don't want to take time right now, but for Chief Burson, if you're willing to do so, to identify or let us know whether are there any investigations just of violating the policy of 050.83, that is to say, continuing to participate or joining or soliciting someone to join a clique since February of 2002 without any other misconduct. They're either zero or they're a number, and we'd like to have that number, but let's let me go on to the next question. I'll assume we'll get a response to that from Chief Person in due course. Aside from publishing the policy, Sheriff, have you personally made it clear to department personnel that the days of deputy clicks are over? And do you intend to do so if you haven't?
Yes, we have done that already. We have had that on briefing at the executive level at EPC. We're doing it at the station level. We're communicating. My commanders are going out there in the field talking to the patrol deputies. And we've made this very, very clear that those days are behind us. And let's, you know, obviously we're looking for a brighter future because as we know, the problems that have existed in the past with these deputy clicks, and the ones that have made the most press involve deputies getting drunk, getting together, and a fight involves. And if you look at the majority of them, that is what it has been. That's just true for the Quiet Cannon incident back in, I think, 2010 or so. It was true of the Kennedy Hall thing. It was true of the Compton thing. All these things are people getting into fights and is actually internal, not external to the community. I think the only one that had any nexus externally was the issue in the jails back in 2008, 2009, and the Vikings back in 1980s through 1990. And so what we're looking at now is behavior, people just treating each other with dignity and with respect.
Well, let me put it this way. That's good to hear. Have you personally made it clear that by joining a deputy clique or soliciting somebody else to join an existing one, that violates the sheriff's policy, that violates your policy 050.83? Have you personally made that clear that this violates at least the written policy that you put out?
We have made that clear, but you give me an idea though to make it more abundantly clear. I think we're going to have to do a video that really lays it out in detail and the consequences. It might be more for someone who's just not getting the memo. And trust me, we've repeated this again and again ad nauseum. But we would do this on a briefing, and we'll provide a video briefing. In fact, we'll give you a copy of that video so you can see it for yourself.
And this is this video something you've already done and required to be played at musters?
This is something we're going to do.
Okay, you plan to do this.
And the abundance of caution, yes. And we'll give you a copy of the video. Okay,
I think that's an excellent idea. And yeah, would very much like to see a video that puts this message out strongly and clearly to the department personnel.
In fact, Mr. Bonner, we'll use some of the clips of the people who put comments on your Oversight Commission as a part of the video. It's very informative.
One of the reasons that I'm concerned, particularly of getting this message out strongly and clearly, and only you can do this really, Sheriff, at the end of the day, is that, the Oversight Committee has been provided with information that just within the last 2 weeks, 3 deputies in the East LA station were inked. That is to say, they became new members of the Bandidos. This would violate policy, wouldn't it, for somebody to join the Bandidos clique at this point?
Okay.
Am I correct?
Well, the policy requires the department to ID deputies or encouraging others to join and violate the policy or the law. So we definitely have that in place. And if you have information on that, please give it to us so we can do a proper assessment of that.
And we'll provide the information that we have on that subject. I'm wondering, Chair Rubin, I know we have limited time here, but I'm also interested in, it sounds to me, Sheriff, that you do view it as a good thing if the department moved and you became the first sheriff, really, to eradicate deputy cliques. That would be a good thing, would it not, sir?
Anything that gets the department to work better with the community and creates more trust instead of losing trust is always going to be a good thing, yes.
Yeah. Would you agree that at least historically deputy cliques have certainly have the potential now to increase the risk of civil liability to the department and to the county?
Yes, they do, and we see it numerically, and it's almost a cottage industry now to sue law enforcement. So giving more ammunition is not in the best interest of the organization or the taxpayer.
So, and would you agree that based upon what you know, the deputy cliques have been resistant to supervision by their supervisors, their sergeants, and their higher ups?
Well, I'm not going to answer a hypothetical like that, but I can tell you from my own personal experience. I worked patrol in East LA in the 1990s. You still had, and those days were the Red Devils are from the 70s, and then from the 80s and 90s, you had the cavemen. That was the tattoo. They weren't called Red Devils or cavemen. They were just East LA deputies. Some people had that tattoo. Other people didn't have the tattoo. There were good deputies and not so good deputies on both camps. You couldn't make a division. Oh, hey, this group that has a tattoo, they're a bunch of, a-holes. And this other group without tattoos are real nice guys. There was not any distinction like that because I worked with both, and overwhelming majority of both crowds were honorable, hardworking people, and they were from the community. A lot of them from East LA in particular. So to make a blanket assessment like that is really not true to the history of these cliques or tattoos in the department. I think there's too much given to them in terms of the actual, because I lived through that period of time where we had them present. I actually witnessed it with my own two eyes, and I was never treated any different because I was not a member of one of these groups.
So you've never been a member of a deputy clique yourself? No. Correct?
Correct.
Commissioner Bonner, I'd like at this point, because we have time constraints, to give some additional questions to some other commissioners. If you could wrap up.
I just wanted to get an answer to that last question. I think you said no, but I didn't quite hear an answer, Sheriff. Have you ever been a member of a deputy clique yourself?
No. Never.
And one last thing, and that is the report of the Citizens Commission on Jail Violence made two findings. One is that deputy cliques have contributed to the use of excessive force within the Sheriff's Department. Are you familiar with the finding, the report of the CCJV?
Yes, I was. And when the recommendations came out, I was a watch commander at CRDF in a jail facility, and we worked hard. This is 2011, 2012, 2013.
Yep.
And every year we brought down use of force by 50%. So it was a lot of very good recommendations came out of that report. And a lot of it was just we were paying attention now to the use of force and proper supervision, the role of supervision, and having people on the floor actually monitoring what deputies were doing in a jail environment. So a lot of good recommendations came out of that. And as a result of that, by 2013, it really was a way different environment from 2008. So they worked.
Yeah, I agree it worked. And I believe the deputy cliques that were in the jail and essentially eradicated the 3,000 boys and 2,000 boys. But yes, my point is that the finding was that deputy cliques, not just in the jails, but in patrol as well, contribute to the use of excessive force. But let me just end with this question, and that is the CCJV, of course, I was a member of that commission, also found cliques are more resistant to supervision, to supervisory oversight. That was a finding of the CCJV after studying this issue for about a year. Do you disagree with that finding?
I'd say it's an inference is drawn from the study, which was focused on the jails, and you drew that parallel. Okay, well, if this is happening in the jails, it must be going on patrol. I think unless you did the exact same study in patrol and had data to support it, you can make that allegation. But having worked in the environment, I did not see it myself. And the RAND study will be one tool that will actually provide some of that feedback.
I yield my chair to other commissioners.
Commissioner Giggins, you've been waiting patiently.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here and participating in this conversation. You did mention that you do ask questions during interviews. I believe you're alluding to questions around deputy cliques. Could you elaborate a little bit about that? What kind of interviews? Is it with new employees? Is it supervisorial evaluations? How do these questions come up? Under what context?
The only context that type of question comes up and when we're doing an actual investigation. And that I'll defer to Chief Burson to give you the details on that, but it is definitely a question that is being asked now that was never asked before.
Okay, and then, I have a comment. You mentioned that it would be good for the COC to get behind your policies and help the community understand them, broadcast when you have a policy. So my comment is, we've one of the ways that we thought it would be good to collaborate is if the COC had a preview and had a little bit of an input into the policy before it was completely officially adopted. So I just wanted to make that as a comment, because I think that we would like to be able to support policies that make sense and that are helpful to the community and help to get the messages out to the community. So I just wanted to make that comment. If we could be brought in a little bit earlier when you do have a policy, I think it'll just help the collaboration all the way around.
Actually, I agree with that position. And I want to say with the implementation of SB 54, when it first took office, we actually did meet. Matter of fact, April 22nd, you had an immigration ad hoc committee, and we met along with ACLU and other people. And as a result of that, where we're at today, where we've had a total moratorium on transfers to ICE, we rejected SCAP grant funds. Our starting point was SB 54, and we're now in a position today where we're in a very, very good position in terms of that. And you actually participated in it.
It's a good model.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have any questions on this subject before we move on? Yes, Commissioner Harris.
I always like to hear from Chief Burson. He's been asked a couple of questions now, and we still haven't heard any answers to those. So I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Before we hear from Chief Burson, I'd like to see if there are any additional questions of the sheriff. Commissioner Ochen, did you have any additional questions for the sheriff at this point?
Yes. Sheriff Villanueva, thanks for being here. You've been missed over these last many months. I do have some questions about to pick up on Commissioner Bonner, his thread of questions about the environment. How are members of the Sheriff's Department able to raise concerns about deputy clicks and their colleagues' participation in deputy clicks?
Well, one thing is they need to communicate their experience with their supervisor. We have, even before we had the policy on the clicks, we have a very strong policy on hazing and retaliation. And we need to have the employee at least communicate that information to their immediate supervisor. The supervisor has an obligation to report any bullying, hazing, sexual harassment of any kind. They have an affirmative duty to report that to their boss, the unit commander, and they have to document it in writing. And that forms the basis of it. We have a policy, entire policy of equality, which is very elaborate, and it allows for anonymous complaints. I mean, we have so many different ways that someone can step up and say, hey, I was harmed. We'll take complaints, and they're deferred to us from the FEH, Department of Fair Employment and Housing, from EEOC. We take them from the public, Watch Commander Service comment reports. Any complaint that we get, we're going to address it. And we have a legal obligation to address these complaints.
Thank you. And I'm turning off my video because I'm having some bandwidth issues. So it's not to be disrespectful. I just want to make sure that I can continue to participate. So I wonder about that process of complaining to a supervisor. I'm wondering if that may chill the willingness of deputies to come forward if there is some concern that the supervisor may not take their complaint seriously, or that there may be some retaliation. Do you have any concerns about that process and the way in which it may incentivize or de-incentivize deputies from coming forward to complain about gangs in substations?
Well, we have to know about the problem in order to do something about it. And we do have a very clearly defined chain of command. We have the anonymous link in our website, lasd.org, complaint outside of it. We also have outside the agency, and we have the retaliation policy. So a lot of these things work together to give us the strength to know we have a very aggressive outreach program. And the fact that people are making anonymous complaints, it tells us the system is working. And in some places we get the complaints, we take them from third parties. You know, there's a conflict between A and B, and then C says, hey, I saw A and B fighting, or A says something to B and C reports it. We take those third party complaints as well, and we investigate them. And we have the equity panel that's going to review the complaints if it has to do with anything with Title VII, for example. So it's unless you can come up with a new way to get people to admit something, we're definitely taking an aggressive action when we have the complaint. We all involved in these complaints.
Have you asked all sworn personnel of the Sheriff's Department to affirm that they are not currently members of a deputy gang or subgroup?
We have a First Amendment, and the Fourth Amendment would tell me very loudly, and so would County Council, that that would not be a good idea.
Again, I don't know that I would agree with that, but has County Council given you a written opinion that would be unconstitutional?
That's cause for a legal opinion. I'm going to defer to County Council.
No, I'm not asking for a legal opinion. I'm simply asking, have you asked for a legal opinion?
Yes, the prior administration actually has asked for that legal opinion, and it was asked in 2014. And the results of that opinion from County Council was exactly that it would violate both First and Fourth Amendment considerations.
Would you be comfortable sharing that memorandum or opinion with the commission?
I believe there's County Council monitoring this. Yeah, I want to have them please share it with the Oversight Commission.
Thank you. And Sheriff Villanueva, you mentioned that you were aware of the existence of deputy gangs when you were a member when you were a deputy or a lieutenant. And you mentioned there are
I'm not gonna use the terminology deputy gang. And when I worked at patrol in East LA, I can tell you there were no deputy gangs there.
Okay, but you were familiar with, however you want to place subgroups, you were familiar that they exist, you were aware that they existed, and you were aware that individuals were participating in them. Is that right?
Yes.
Are any of those people whom you worked with still employed by the Sheriff's Department, whom you were aware were members of these subgroups, which I refer to as gangs?
That's a very, very big question. And I don't think I have enough information to answer it one way or another.
You don't know who you knew that was a member of a subgroup, and whether they're still employed with the Sheriff's Department?
When I was at East LA Station in the 1990s, we have roughly, I think, 200 sworn roughly at East LA, plus about 50 civilians. 250 people. How many had a tattoo of a caveman or red devil? I have no idea, nor did I ever care to answer or care to ask that question. And of that crowd that is now present today, you can understand now that you're talking about an unknown from 20 years ago. Fast forward to today, how many of the unknown do I know? And there's no answer to that.
Okay.
Commissioner Chen, I want to give a few other commissioners an opportunity. So if you have one.
Let me ask this last question. Are you willing to come back again voluntarily so we can have more time to discuss these pressing issues?
Well, if as long as you folks give me some advance notice and we can put it on the calendar, by all means, and just let me know what do you want to talk about so I can have enough information or bring the person most knowledgeable, to have the information. Otherwise, it won't help. But by all means.
Wonderful. Yeah, then I'll yield the balance of.
First, Commissioner Kennedy, and then Commissioner Harris.
Thank you very much, Sheriff Villanueva, for engaging with us on this important issue. On the LASD website, there is something called an LASD tattoo image form that provides for uploading photos of one's tattoos, and it's followed by a request for a description and meaning of the tattoo. Who in the organization is asked to fill out the LASD tattoo image form?
This is in background. This is pre-employment. And obviously, when we hire somebody, we have the ability to ask a lot of questions that you can't ask someone who is currently an employee. And the people who are being hired, we have to screen them for gang affiliation, maybe some racist ideology. And we ask them to submit their tattoos they have on their body. When they go through the medical, in the medical review process, they also document the tattoos. The background investigator matches the two to see if something is, he declared that he omitted, and then the medical people catch it, and that forms the basis for disqualifying an applicant.
So, Sheriff, is it your position that you can ask private citizens whether they have a gang tattoo without running afoul of the First Amendment, but you cannot ask existing government employees the same question?
Well, you're calling for a legal opinion. That's a very loaded legal opinion. And I think you have to appreciate that when you're applying for a job, your privacy rights are decided lower than when you're an incumbent employee. And that's, I think, well established in law.
I think it's just the opposite, Sheriff. The Supreme Court of the United States has said when a citizen enters government service, the citizen necessarily must accept certain limitations on his or her freedom. So First Amendment protections for government employees, particularly law enforcement officers, are actually lower because of the mission that law enforcement officers provide in our society. So I was just wondering if there's some reason that the LASD tattoo image form couldn't be given to existing deputies so that we could find out the universe of clique or gang members and then engage in the high quality research about whether or not there's a correlation or a causation between being involved in a deputy clique or gang and escalating use of force and other misconduct.
You're asking a lot of loaded questions, and I understand you're a professor at a law school, if I'm not correct.
Yes.
And I think our county council, our Department of Human Resources has vetted everything for constitutionality and permissibility. We conform to all state and federal laws in terms of employment. And if you wish to change them or challenge them in some way, you definitely have the right to do so, but it won't be through me.
I appreciate it, Sheriff. I don't have anything else.
Commissioner Harris.
Well, just quickly, my question is pretty granular, and I'm just curious. You mentioned that 4 people were discharged behind the Kennedy Hall investigation. I'm just curious if one of those that was discharged was the sergeant that was identified not by name but by rank as being in the investigation of Kennedy Hall. Were they either discharged, demoted in rank, or have they resigned, or nothing's happened to them?
There was 4 that was discharged. One of them retired prior to the discipline being imposed, so I guess they left in lieu of.
Okay, was one of those 4 the sergeant that was identified in the internal criminal investigation as being one of the subjects of that investigation?
I'll leave that to Chief Burson. However, I think based on POBAR, I don't want to go into the details of identifying an individual and discipline.
We're not looking for an individual identification, just merely a rank.
Well, that in and of itself would be problematic. I'll have Chief Burson answer that question.
At this point, I'd like to hear from Chief Burson, who's been waiting patiently.
I'd like to hear from him too. I'm waiting too.
Yes, please go ahead, sir. I think you're muted, Chief Burson.
Chief Burson, it appears that you're connected through two different ways. If you're also connected via telephone, try to unmute yourself through the telephone.
Nobody.
Madam Chair, while we're waiting for Chief Burson to come online, can I ask a follow-up question to Sheriff Villanueva?
Sure. Go ahead.
Sheriff Villanueva, if County Council changed its position or its legal advice to you about the permissibility of asking current deputies about any subgroup or gang affiliations, would you ask that question to all of your sworn personnel?
That's a tough question. That's something I'd have to consult with internal affairs, and also becomes a question of the impact to the organization as a whole. If we start becoming inquisition without any basis of misconduct that launches it, that is somewhat problematic for any organization. You know, just an example, if you were, I don't know, the Postal Service, and they start quizzing every one of their employees, do you have a weapon? It would be kind of odd, and it would probably result in its own impact to the organization without that basis to launch it from a misconduct investigation.
But if it related to their job, for example, wouldn't it be appropriate for the post office to ask
It does
a
appear
pertinent
that we
question
are hearing someone
of
else.
all of their employees if there was a pattern and practice of some kind of misconduct that associated with a particular group? Wouldn't it be appropriate to ask whether an individual is a member of such a group as part of the continuing, as part of a condition of them continuing their employment?
Well, that would constitute an impermissible search of an entire organization, and that itself raises, from an employment perspective, legal perspective, that would raise a lot of concerns. You cast such a wide net, and what is a compelling government interest in determining that without any evidence of misconduct just on its face? That's a question I'm going to defer to our county council, but I believe Chief Burson just popped up there. Did I lose him?
Yeah.
He's here.
Okay.
Thank
you.
you.
I'll wait for Chief Burson. Thank you.
Chief Burson, I think we now can see you and you're connected, so please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, hi. I'm actually on Bruce Chase. So I am Matt Burson. I am not Bruce Chase, first and foremost. And just currently, I would like this commission to know that we are conducting a comprehensive investigation in the city of Compton now with the allegations of the executioners. And currently, we have over 2,000 pages of documentation of various interviews that we've done with literally everyone in that station. So again, I can't get to the specifics of what we've uncovered until the investigation has concluded. But again, as I spoke of in August, we take this very seriously, and I promised to take a holistic look at any of these alleged subgroups and cliques throughout the department. And Compton, obviously, that was on our radar. And we are going forward, again, starting with Compton and East LA and all the other stations where we hear of these allegations. So, and currently,
Chief Burson, what other?
We've conducted over 129 interviews at this point.
Chief Burson, what other stations are you also looking at?
Again, I'm looking departmentally. I'm looking all over the place. Right now, our central focus is in Compton right now. I don't want to start various investigations all over the department unless we hear of allegations of abuse, harassment, or any of these other complaints that we've heard that were specifically geared to Compton.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I believe the sheriff punted this to you, and that is, without naming names, are there any investigations that have been opened by IAB or the sheriff's department for, I'm not talking about other misconduct, but investigations for joining or soliciting another deputy to join or participating in a deputy clique since the policy 050.83 was adopted? Are there any such investigations? Not asking for names. Can you answer that yes or no?
Well, currently we're in the inquiry stage right now that we're actually looking again holistically throughout the department. So to answer your question, we're just in the inquiry stage again, looking at all sorts of misconduct to see if it addresses this specific policy.
Well, but we were making this distinction about misconduct, but the policy 050.83 states failure to adhere to this policy may violate discipline. So again, the sheriff addressed this in a way, but this policy seems to say that if you violate the policy, and the policy is that department personnel shall not participate or join any group, and it defines then deputy cliques and subgroups. So my question is, if that's a violation, isn't that a violation of the policy? And if so, are there any investigations for just violating the policy?
No, the policy is going to have to be associated with misconduct. Okay. And again, we're in a large inquiry stage right now. So we don't know what we're uncovering various things right now. So at some point, will we reach that point? I don't know, but we have to continue to do our inquiry.
I'm sorry, though.
Uncover what we can.
I'm sorry, you're never going to get rid of deputy cliques in the sheriff's department. You're never going to be able to do this unless you have a policy that says you cannot join or participate in deputy cliques, and you are going to be subject to discipline. And if you're telling me that this policy does not cover that, then this policy is inadequate. You will not be able to get rid of deputy cliques, which I believe is the sheriff's objective. So you need to clearer than it is.
Well, also, sir, we're going to have to identify those people involved in these cliques.
No, you don't. You don't even have.
So
you don't have to identify.
That's going to be a daunting task in itself.
Yeah, let me just say this. You really don't. Leadership, and I'm talking to the sheriff now, it's really not about investigating everybody. It's making clear that this is the policy. You can be disciplined for violating the policy, and you will, and if you have leadership on this, sheriff, you can make it clear that the days of cliques are over, because most of your personnel will not want to violate a policy that you promulgated. So it's really deterrence. It's not about investigating everybody that's out there. It's a matter of making the message clear. And I think your deputies will actually get the message that it's no longer tolerated to participate in a deputy clique. And if this policy doesn't cover that, then you need to rewrite this policy and make sure that it's clear.
Well, the deputies already know it's clear, sir. You can believe that. A lot of deputies don't condone this sort of behavior, and we know that. And you got to give this sheriff credit, because this is something that's never been done in the past, because everybody has passed the buck, and the buck stops with us right now, and we're going to do something about it.
All right. I'm as chair, I'm looking at the time. It's now 10 minutes to 1. And it is clear to me, and I'm sure to other commissioners, that there are many more discussions that we need to have with the sheriff and hopefully with you, Chief Burson, on the subject of the sheriff's policy and changes that are being made. I certainly welcome the sheriff's suggestion about creating a video that will be dispersed among the department. But At this point in time, there is no way this afternoon that we are going to get to the second subject, which everybody has been patiently waiting
Hey,
for.
ma'am, I'm sorry, ma'am. Can I say one thing real quick?
All right, but just
Yeah, we do have an ad hoc meeting that we have for subgroups that we've only met in August, and I am open every month or every week to have that particular meeting where we could have answered a lot of these questions rather than wait till today and try to iron this out.
well, thank you for that, Chief Person. I know that and would welcome your participation on that as well. So, but my point at this hour is that it is clear that we have many more discussions that we would welcome with the sheriff on this subject, and we'll be open to continuing this discussion with the sheriff at a time and place of his choosing. The next commission meeting is January 21st. I don't know if that would be a good date for you or not, but if it is not, if you could check your calendar and advise us, we will convene a special meeting to continue this discussion. We also, I think it is essential that we have a discussion on your policies and leadership on COVID-19 in the jail. It is clear because of the hour that we are simply not going to get to that today. And I would hope that you will return to begin that discussion with us as well, particularly in this climate with tremendous surge of the virus in LA County, the increase in the jail population, which I understand is not due to anything that you have done. But there are many more discussions that we would welcome with you. And as I said at the outset, we are pleased that you had agreed to join us today and hope that this is not just a one-time affair, because it is, we gain much from your presence, and look forward to your returning at another point in time. Now, before we move to public comment on this issue and general public comment that will be combined, Patricia, Commissioner Ochen, do you have a brief question or comment at this point?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something because which was a conversation that was happening between Commissioner Bonner and the sheriff, as well as Chief Person. So I just want to be clear: you do not consider membership in a subgroup or gang itself to be misconduct?
I'll say, you see that it's all about definition. And I think when we stay away from trying to corral or pigeonhole people in certain categories, we're going to be fine. But once we try to do that, we still run into the argument of, how do you know what you know? And did you achieve that legally? And that's very important because of the employer-employee relationship.
No, well, I guess I'm asking a different question, because you said that the only time there will be discipline for membership in a subgroup is when it's attached to some misconduct. Okay, I think that's what I heard. First. Second of all, there is a policy that prohibits membership in deputy subgroups. So my question is the violation of that policy, because someone is a member of a deputy subgroup, misconduct? Is violation of that policy by itself, without anything more, misconduct?
If we have someone we identified who is encouraging others to violate the policy, to join a group, get a tattoo of one of these groups, that would be a violation of policy, and we can address that through investigation. However, I'm inheriting, December 3rd of 2018, I inherited an entire department of 18,000 employees. I may have people who got a tattoo 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. I can't say, aha, voila, you got a tattoo, you're fired. That is just not legally permissible in no way, shape, or form. It would just, cause the department to just lock up and no one's going to do anything. But let's focus on misconduct behavior that we can investigate properly from February 14th forward, and then we can hold people accountable. We're going to provide the video. We're going to produce it, and we'll have you guys get a copy of the video so you can see exactly. So for Mr. Bonner, you'll have no doubt whatsoever my communication to the employees, because I think you want to see that, and I think that's a very good idea. I like that.
So
but in closing, I'm
clear,
running out of time, ma'am.
Sure.
In closing, I just want to say that I want to have I know the county ordinance doesn't provide for a memorandum of agreement. However, I think one is sorely needed in terms of the material that's provided to the OIG and to your commission. I think that would resolve a lot of issues, because my commitment since the campaign says, I want to give you everything you're legally authorized to get. The only thing you can't is things that have a confidentiality set by state law. It's an active criminal or administrative investigation that by releasing it, obviously going to harm it. That's it. The rest of it, knock yourself out. And we want to get to that point. It's not cheap, because a lot of transparency comes at great expense, but we're working our way through that. By the end of this month, we achieved 100% compliance on PRA requests pursuant to SB 1421. Very important. And last but not least, I think when we work together, we achieve a lot. But remember, you told me you did a resolution a month ago. You're calling for my resignation. That does not really help in terms of goodwill and moving forward, working together. So I want to thank you for the invitation, for giving me the opportunity, and to have my person most knowledgeable here. I had both from the COVID and from the deputy subgroups. And the next time we speak, I'll make sure we'll have whoever is the person most knowledgeable that's of your interest. We'll make sure they're here as well, so you can be informed and do your job. Right. So thank you all.
Thank you for being here, and please, we will be in touch to try and sort out when you will appear again. As I said, you're welcome to come our next meeting if that is not a convenient date for you. We will work to schedule a special meeting, because your appearance is informative to this commission, is informative to the community, and is well worth the time that we've spent together. So thank you very much. And at this point in time, I understand we have more than 50 people who have signed up for public comment, general public comment, and we will stay to hear everybody. Unfortunately, Jennifer, I'm going to request that the time be limited to 1 minute each. So if you would begin the public comment, I look forward to hearing from everybody.
Wonderful. And first, an announcement in Spanish. As a reminder to everyone who would like to speak, please make sure that your hand is raised in the participant window and a chat post to ensure that you are on the list.
Buenas tardes. Si necesita un traductor de español, por favor diga la palabra en español antes de comenzar sus comentarios, y un traductor traducirá sus comentarios una vez que haya terminado de hablar. Gracias.
Thank you. And the first comment will come from Tamara K. Tamara, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Wow, that's a lot to unpack. But first of all, everybody here needs to stop calling these subgroups and cliques and call it what it is. These are police gangs, right? And he even admitted, Sheriff Villanueva even admitted the history of these gangs. He didn't even say one thing about these families that have been impacted by the murder of his deputies, right? And the sheriffs cannot investigate themselves, especially when it comes to police murder. There needs to be independent investigations, right? And he refuses to call them gangs, but when it comes to Black and brown communities, they're quick to profile people as gang members. And what about the abuse and harassment of protesters? Nothing's been done on that as well. The deputies, it's criminal. Oh, excuse me. LAUSD Internal Affairs has done a horrific, laissez-faire job investigating banditos related misconduct, including failure to compel deputies to provide statements when they are not targeted deputies. Lack of transparency allows for greater misconduct and concealing and protection of officers with history of misconduct, putting our communities at greater risk and harm.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Carolyn Park. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I would just like to say that, well, I have a lot of things to say. So having the policy against gangs and cliques is just window dressing if they're not going to enforce it. And as Villanueva said, no one has been disciplined yet. He said here that there's a First Amendment right to be in a clique, which is appalling. He blames everything on other people, including his predecessors. He denied that there are gangs on CNN, blatantly denied it. And so I recommend that the commission look into making the sheriff's position an unelected position that's actually appointed instead.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Alex Cave. Alex, please go ahead.
I just want to say how shameful it is that every single member of this committee thanked the sheriff for coming to a meeting that he had to be subpoenaed to come to. He is gaslighting all of us, as Carlos, who's on this call, I'm sure will let you know, the deputy gangs have been known about for decades. They kill people. They have tattoos. They have the 3,000 boy gang in the prison, the executioners, the banditos. They've been known about for years. It is not a clique. It is a gang. Alex always wears sleeved clothes, if you haven't noticed, because maybe he also has gang tattoos coming from the East Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. How do you expect a gang member to publicly hold other gang members responsible? How many times did he say product? People are not products. The death and murder of these people are not products. He's treating this like a business. This man is a disgrace to every single person who wears the badge, and he is patting himself on the back for what? For doing nothing, for talking in circles and being an asshole to each and every single one of you. He's a disgrace.
And the next comment will come from Miriam Clark. Please go ahead with your comment, Miriam.
Yes, I'd like to say that when corruption exists in a police department, the FBI is called in to investigate, an outside party. I would like to know why this commission cannot reach out to the FBI to conduct such an investigation. I'd also like to say that whether or not a resolution calling for the sheriff's resignation is in place, that has absolutely no relevance. This is about his job. He should not be hiding behind the taking it personally excuse for future non-cooperation.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Gina Viola. Please go ahead with your comment.
So I think what we witnessed is exactly the reason why you need to demand his resignation. Many, many times he thanked you for the invitation to be here today. He was subpoenaed several times to come to these meetings, and only because a court now made him appear. And the fact that you did all kowtow to that and thank him for being here and bend over backwards about when we could meet again shows that you do not understand the severity of what we're dealing with here. This man is a sociopath. He actually stated things in the opposite when asked more than once today on this. I'm glad it's recorded because we can all go back and see it and watch it. And I'm grateful to Commissioner Ocean and Commissioner Bonner and a few that did call him out on that and press him on certain points. But it is imperative that we get this sheriff to step down. He is a danger to our county. Our county will never be safe with him as its sheriff.
And the next comment will come from Mary Rachel Gardner. Please go ahead with your comment, Mary. Mary, you're currently unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment. Hearing nothing, we'll move to Pastor Q, Jean-Marie. Please go ahead with your comment, Pastor Q.
Yes, man, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, the sheriff said that transparency comes at great expense. but secrecy comes at the cost of human life, right? We don't work for the sheriff. We have to go to work and give our hard-earned taxes to pay for this man's salary, and he despises us. He leaves meetings. He doesn't want to be around us to answer our questions. He thinks the sheriff department is about exercising his power instead of protecting human life. And thus, this sheriff needs to resign. He doesn't even need us to ask him to resign. We've already demanded that he resign. He should leave the office. He is a disgrace to the office, and he's a disgrace to those who would want to even think about listening and adhering to authority.
And the next comment will come from Veta Gashgai. Please go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't want to stick around. I'm not new to this, but I haven't been involved in like the meetings like you guys have, and I really appreciate the commissioners who asked those tough questions and got him to put him on the spot. The fact that he said that police can't be they can't be considered gang members just because they have a tattoo by some superficial, they have to have exact evidence or something. How many times do they put kids in gang databases, or they come to somebody's house for an unrelated call and they put that everybody's a gang member and they make up the gangs? That's insane how, it was good to see how he reacted. It's unfortunate. I know it's a hard job to be a police officer. It's a hard job to be a sheriff. But what he's doing is making it harder for the sheriffs. It's making harder. It's undermining our democracy. It's very dangerous to our society. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Mariela Alberges. Please go ahead with your comment.
Mariela Alberges, for formerly jails. Commissioners, I'm at a loss that today the sheriffs in his first few words actually equated the sheriff's deputies and police officers to paramilitary organizations. That literally spoke volumes as to how he sees his role and that of law enforcement. Also, his offer to include public comments made during COC meetings and future LASD videos was more than a veiled threat. I ask, please, commissioners, take note of that, because retaliation is very, very real. Today, we're not talking about Tweety Bird tattoos. These deputy gangs are well organized, proud of their affiliations, and proceed with clear intent to rain terror and violence, within the sheriff's department and also within the greater community. We ask today that you please recommend that an independent counsel look into the pervasiveness and criminal activity of these deputy gangs. We cannot continue to rely on LASD policies to bind themselves in administrative bureaucracy while our communities continue to have their lives endangered and forced to live in terror. He must go. We can no longer stand for this. He's dangerous. He literally coerced us. He literally manipulated you, and he threatened openly our community.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Silence Duca. Go ahead with your comment, Silence.
Yes, Mr. Bonner, can you hear me? You made the comment that the days of cliques are over and no longer will be tolerated. One of the biggest cliques that is going on right now is within your organization. You have Mr. Huntsman, who said that he was under criminal investigation. Miss Giggins, who apparently doesn't care about public comment because she's left, is under criminal investigation by the FBI and Homeland Security for pay-to-play with Sheila Kuehl. You have Sheriff McDonald having complaints of stop and frisk and racial profiling. So, Ms. O'Chin, if you care about your community, why are you letting Sheila Kuehl and Patty Giggins endorse people who stop and frisk, who hurt your community? Patty was on the news for stealing from your community and taking away from Metro. Why are you guys not looking at those issues?
Thank you.
Why are you protecting our sheriff?
And sir, none of that is true. None of that is true.
Ms. O'Chin, if you would like to
impugning the character of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
And thank you. And the next comment will come from Benny Nails. Please go ahead with your comment, Benny. Benny Nails, you are unmuted now. Please go ahead with your comment. Okay, hearing nothing, we'll move on to Carter Moon. Please go ahead with your comment, Carter.
Hi, yeah, I just want to say that that was a despicable performance and a staunch refusal from the sheriff to commit to do anything substantial to fight deputy gangs and to actually transform the department. It's obvious that the sheriff has no desire to work with the public and comply with the law in any meaningful way, and we should not expect him to do anything other than obstruct justice at every turn. We shouldn't be talking about just removing Villanueva from office. We should really be talking about dismantling the entire LASD. This is so clearly a direct threat to public safety for the entire county, both for people inside our jails and outside are less safe when we're being dominated by this department. We have witnessed multiple cases of state-sanctioned murder this year, and it will continue until we decide to really rein in this entire department. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Courtney Valentine. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to start by saying that this whole process has been painful to witness. Alex Villanueva has absolutely no interest in holding any of his deputies accountable. Last month, the OIG already issued a report on the Banditos, and some key takeaways were that community members already know, and now the OIG confirmed that Banditos exist, and that the LASD Internal Affairs has done a horrible job investigating misconduct. They've continued to fail to compel deputies to provide statements. The lack of transparency is just perpetuating this harm, and it's frankly appalling that Villanueva is refusing to commit to more transparency. To say that this is a legal issue is completely out of pocket. This is 100% an issue that is well within the purview of both Villanueva and this commission to push. I also encourage the commission to re-engage with the DA's office for this investigation. Now that Gascon is our DA, I think it's really important to re-engage with them. Thank you.
And the next comment will come from Stephanie Luna. Please go ahead with your comment, Stephanie.
Hear me?
Yes, now we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm actually the aunt of Anthony Daniel Vargas. I'm actually coming on today to speak directly to Sheriff Villanueva. He speaks a lot about transparency and accountability, and he refers to these deputy subgroups as not being a problem when they in fact are a problem. The Compton station is riddled with deputy gang executioners. The East LA Sheriff's Department is actually full of the banditos. Instead of dealing with the subgroups and instead of, taking charge and dealing with it head on and doing something about it, these deputies are instead being transferred to other departments where they're taking their gang ties with them and infesting the other departments with their gang tactics. This is something that needs to be investigated, something that needs to be put to an end. We demand that Villanueva resign because he's not doing nothing for the people. He's doing stuff for himself. Thank you.
And the next comment will come from Michelle King. Please go ahead with your comment, Michelle.
I would first like to list the previous comments about the mockery Alex just made of this meeting. The new policy of allowing sheriff deputies to cover the names on their badges only breeds greater distrust within our communities. How is this even a policy? What are they trying to hide? If LASD truly cared about public safety, we wouldn't be here. If LASD had nothing to hide, they'd be working side by side with community members to create a more safe and equitable city for all Angelenos. Community members well know the Banditos operate as a gang in the East LA station, one of many gangs of deputy sheriffs. We have many questions about Sheriff Villanueva's association with the Banditos and other deputy-related gangs. Show us your tattoos, Alex. Alex thinks it's funny to laugh off these questions in press conferences. We see through your machismo facade, Alex. You're not fooling anyone. We see you and you do not represent our city. If you actually cared, you would show empathy and not respond to toxic hypermasculinity. LASD's Internal Affairs has done a horrific job investigating Bandito-related misconduct. Lack of transparency allows for greater misconduct and conceals and protects officers with histories of misconduct, putting our community at greater risk of harm.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Richie Sarjenko. Go ahead with your comment.
Hi, yeah, this is Richie Sarjenko from People's City Council. I just want to state that, Alex Villanueva is a liar. He sat there and lied to you today. There have been reports that came out about the East LA Banditos, and there are reports that have come out that Andres Guardado was killed for gang tats by someone who wanted to be initiated to the Compton executioners. And so he knows that there is gang activity. He also lies about simple things like saying the sheriffs have fulfilled all CPRA requests. However, I personally have a CPRA request from August that has not been fulfilled that they've filed an extension on. I'll feel free to send that to anyone, but he lies about little things. Why would we believe him about anything? He is actively involved in the cover-up of the murder of Andres Guadardo. He is a gang member himself. He lied saying that he had no knowledge of East LA banditos while he was there. He is a fucking bandito, so he does have a knowledge. He's an absolute liar. He should not be allowed to come back to this space. And you guys had
The
to
next
subpoena
comment will
him
be
to get
from
here.
Gwendolyn Snyder. Please go ahead with your comment.
Hi, I wanted to appreciate Commissioner Bonner and especially Commissioner Ocean for holding it down while that guy lied straight to our faces. I want to be really clear about some of the stuff he said. First of all, I think we should definitely implement a policy where we examine these sheriffs for tattoos and get rid of anybody in the department that has a gang-related sheriff tattoo. It's crazy. He said that there was a pre-employment tattoo check, but they couldn't check after. But these are sheriff gangs, so obviously they're not going to get the tattoos until they're in the sheriff's department. It's just lying. Yeah, and also the thing that he said at the end about I'm not going to help you out because you guys want me to leave the department, that's quid pro quo. Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Michelle Infante. Please go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, Alex really blew the smoke machine to everybody. I mean, let's stop and think about this. What about Mondoyan? Mondoyan was his best friend, and he was pushing Mondoyan to get back on the force, went above and beyond to get this guy back on. And he's a gang member. Alex knows it, and it was acceptable. So if it's acceptable for him to fight for someone to get back on, and they were a Viking, what do you think he's doing with gangs while they're inside? And refer to them what they are. They are gangs. All of this is creating nothing but a society of not mentally well people. I work all day doing campaigns and programs, and at nighttime, I work with families. I used to only talk to one family member who was involved in the death and a murder of their loved one. And now it's groups and groups of families. Families, mothers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, grandmothers. You're creating a society of not well people and having unrealistic expectations of the people that are out there when they're up on this platform using it.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Khadijah Shabazz. Please go ahead, Khadijah.
Yes, this was my first time, and it was a real eye-opener as an advocate and also a parent of someone who was just murdered by this gang. Oh my God, we just got rid of a bully in the White House, and I'm looking at one here in Los Angeles. Thank you, Bonner and Ms. Ocean, for what you did to transferring of these officers is like sending your kid to the room. But he threatened us at the end, and I took that very, very seriously. Calling for my termination doesn't help. That's what he said as he smirked and left the meeting. And I'm not going to forget that. Gang language, that's what it is. Call it what it is. And to pacify him and not come at him with the hard questions really, really pissed me off. It really did. And I went from mourning to anger today in this space here. And I'm just hoping that the people on here intend to do something about it, because they are not. And if we don't, it's left up to us. They're not going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment will be from Delia Brown. Please go ahead with your comment.
Thank you. When asked about gangs in his own department and his own affiliation with the Banditos gang, all we are hearing from Sheriff Villanueva is evasion. I, for one, do not believe that he himself is not a present or past gang member. And if he really would like to allay this perception, he will voluntarily submit to a full body scan and make public the findings. Until then, he walks like a duck, he talks like a duck, and Sheriff Villanueva is simply leading cover up. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment is from Irene Moore. Please go ahead.
Hi.
I just want to say that when it comes to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and their relationship with the Los Angeles Police Department and all of us Angelinos, we are suffering from a massive collective case of Stockholm Syndrome here. We are experiencing a barrage, a constant daily barrage of violence, humiliation, terror, and we're watching it. When is this body, when are all bodies, when are we going to claim our power over the people that we have placed in these positions? Is it because we're terrified of looking at the truth? Have you guys looked at the video of what Villanueva did to the people who were holding a press conference outside of the sheriff's department after the murder of Dijon Kizi? That was insane. That was military. That was like being in Nazi Germany. Okay, we have to stand up. History is not going to look the other way. It is time now. He must be removed.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Christian Contreras.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name
Please
is.
check off any additional speakers that you have playing before you begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christian Contreras. I'm an attorney with Gazar Henderson and Carrasco and an attorney with Justice X. Justice X is a coalition of Black and brown lawyers advancing Black and brown interests. Back in March, the voters voted for Measure R, and this gave subpoena power to the Civilian Oversight Commission. The very first subpoena that was issued by this commission was ignored by Villanueva. And what we're urging, what the people want, is additional subpoenas to request documents regarding deputy gangs. Also, Commissioner, some of the commissioners on here, Sean Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, Professor Kennedy, actually wrote a memo regarding the First Amendment rights. One of the partners here in our firm actually went up to the Supreme Court in Garcetti versus Ceballos, which says that government employees have a limited First Amendment right. So everything that Villanueva is purporting to say about deputies' First Amendment right is just not correct and is not supported by law or fact. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment is from Mary Rachel Gardner. Please go ahead. It appears that I'm not able to unmute you at this time, Mary. I'll come back to you. Andres Kwan, please go ahead.
Hello. So once again, Villanueva showed how he's just fully embraced being the Trump of Los Angeles, as Ms. Shabazz observed earlier. And just first off, because he name dropped the ACLU, let me clear the record. Soon after he took office, immigrants' rights organizations, including the ACLU, met with him to urge him to stop transferring our community members to ICE, but he refused and adopted policies that led to the transfer of almost 500 people to ICE just in 2019 alone. But then he spinned all this and said that he helped him, that we helped him develop his policies. So, obviously that's not true. And you should know by now that he spins and lies and spins and lies and spins and lies. And that's what he just did. And you've heard time and time again from Mr. Huntsman that they've completely refused to cooperate with independent investigations into pretty much everything: deputy killings, deputy gangs, family harassment, and completely stonewalling the OIG. I just want to use my remaining time to just say that it's a new day in LA County. While Jackie Lacey abdicated her role,
and the next comment will come from Mary Rachel Gardner. Mary, you are unmuted. Please go ahead with your comment.
Can you hear me okay?
Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. I first want to thank all the commissioners. God bless you guys again for existing. I really would ask all the public commenters, please be mindful and more respectful of them and lead with some forgiveness and kindness. Frankly, I'm going to go off the Trump comment. Yeah, we have a Trump in LA. Villanueva, it was shocking to see him present today. I've been tuning in on these meetings since July, and the COC has been asking him to be present, and we've been sharing a lot of details. You can actually see like FBI reports, breakdowns of their involvement since last year about these deputy gangs. The fact that he continued to brush this over, it's despicable. He even acknowledged the fact that the deputy groups have been going on since the 90s, since he was at the East LA station. I live in the unincorporated county, and I can tell you right now, yeah, under his leadership, there's misogynistic, aggressive bullies. They're discriminating. Absolutely. There's radical violence and racism going under his leadership. He needs to go. He's quick-lipped, disrespectful, even to the COC.
Thank you. And the next comment will come from Ben Sheets. Please go ahead, Ben.
Hello. Illinois told you all today that transparency comes at great expense. I'd like to point out that this is a long-term strategy of departments like the Sheriff's Department. They will ask for more and more and more money in order to fulfill the things that they should have been doing already, and they will grow and use that money to continue to terrorize their communities. The problem, yes, you should remove Villanueva, but the problem is not Villanueva. It is a product of people that see themselves as killers, a product of people that train to be killers and then are sent into communities and act as killers. What we want and what 37% of Angelenos want is to remove this social role. We should not have people trained as killers masquerading in our communities as people trying to defend us. We want to abolish the Sheriff's Department. We do not want to reform them. We do not want to replace their leaders. We want to abolish them. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Joe Freeman. Please go ahead with your comment, Joe.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
I would like to know, Mr. Nuevo, his name is Nueva, he kept saying, like, for instance, he couldn't answer certain questions that the chief, is it the chief should answer? Is there any way that the chief could come there then and the panel could ask these questions? I'm a participant with mental health, and I hear things and things that happens when a person has a mental illness, and if they are like not on medication, or they may need to be diagnosed or seen, then they're being treated pretty bad, and that's not right. So I applaud for this is my first time coming, so I'm a little nervous, just a little bit. And I'm getting the hang of the virtual. I represent
yes, thank you, Joe, for your comment. Thank you, Joe, for your comment. That does conclude your time. And the next comment will come from Genevieve Claverall. Please go ahead with your comment, Genevieve.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Well, I'm very concerned of what went on today. First of all, I had signed up to speak to other item, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak. At least the sheriff came today, so I think we should at least acknowledge that. And there's nothing wrong about asking him to come back, that you were willing to do. And given that you all had asked for him to be removed, it shows that at least he cares somewhat. And I think we should give him that opportunity to come back and answer more questions. Anyway, have a nice holiday. Au revoir.
Thank you for your comment. And the last public comment will come from Allie Rubenfeld. Please go ahead with your comment, Allie.
Sure. Hi, I'm deeply disturbed by virtually everything we just heard. This man is posturing himself as if he's doing us a favor by showing up for accountability meetings that were designed due to the pervasive corruption of his own department. We know these gangs exist, we know their names, and we've seen the terror that they reign in our county. We can't trust Villanueva to address the issues of the gangs, let alone run this department that is so rampant with violence. We need to not only expel him, but reevaluate this county's funding of this dangerous department and overall relationship with this force that acts as military in our struggling communities. He claims that the deputies in and out of the gangs are good and hardworking people, which is so akin to Trump's claim that there were good people on both sides when speaking of white supremacists and the people who were opposing them. He clearly is not trying to uphold the integrity of his department, but just protect his own corrupt deputies, not the people of LA counties, which is the only thing that he is meant to do. I don't know how to deal with this person anymore. We need him out.
Thank you for your comment. And Chair Rubin, that does conclude all of the public comments.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, members of the public. We have much to think about as we go into the next year. The meeting is adjourned. The next meeting of the Civilian Oversight Commission will be held Thursday, January 21st. Please be sure to visit our website at coc.lacounty.gov for more information regarding our next meeting. I wish you all a happy and safe and healthy holiday season. Thank you again. Meeting is adjourned.